Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular Board of Trustees meeting for April 14th, 2026. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Karsbeck.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Here.
Trustee Hardy.
Here.
Trustee Albrecht.
Here.
Trustee Wing.
Here.
Trustee Ayers.
Here.
Trustee Brody.
Here. Thank you. We have everyone here tonight. Just as a general announcement, for our trustees, we will do our best to remember to speak into these microphones. This board is hard to hear into, this room. So there is Lynn, do you know if there's any hearing assistant devices over there still? Okay, there are. So if people have trouble, please go over there and hopefully we'll have some electronic devices that'll help you hear. But we'll do our best to speak into the microphone. Also, anytime that you'd like to come to the front, if you could please state your name, and if you could please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, that'd be very much appreciated. Thank you very much for showing up tonight. We will start off now with consent. Trustees, like anything removed from consent?
Yeah, I would like just a quick dialogue on item F.
Excuse me.
I saw it. This is my fault. I'm sorry. I did this out of order. Quick, we get the regular. Oh, we got it right here. Man, I am. Oh, we got it right here. Okay, we are going to do just our general public comment right now. We'll start off with Jeff Hyman.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff Hindman, 1020 North 4th Street, Berthoud. Starting my timer, Will. I'm here to address the conduct of the Mayor Pro Tem and the Mayor at the March 24th meeting. For anybody in the audience who's interested, you can tune into the 58th minute. You probably should take a look. And for you, Will and Sean, I just have a couple yes and no questions, and I just appreciate a yes or no answer. Actually, sorry, just kidding. Anyway, the meeting, it was horrible. It was embarrassing. It was unprofessional. I served 16 years on this board, 6 years on the Planning Commission. Never seen anything like that in terms of its tone, its demeanor. It puts Berthoud in a really bad light. Will, when 4 people on this board, a majority, object to the behavior of another trustee, you don't get to overrule a majority. But anyway, Sean, this isn't Congress. We're not trying to score points. I've never seen a board schedule an agenda item to revoke. In 30 years of living here, I've never seen a board schedule an agenda item to revoke the Mayor Pro Tem appointment, which this board did. I think it's likely you wouldn't be Mayor Pro Tem had the full board been there that night. I sent a memo about this last meeting. It's basically saying the same thing I'm saying tonight. And I got a response from Butch Hawes. It's because somebody forwarded it to him. It's all public. That's great. So Butch told me I was lying. And he told me that if I continued to express my opinion, I could expect legal action. Well, yeah, so much for free speech and Berthoud. It's like, what is wrong with this town? Anyway, process is just as important as substance. And this board is the leadership of our town. And I hope you guys can hold yourself to higher standards. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hyman. Maureen Dower.
Maureen Dower, 1608 Hollyberry Street. So what I'd like to share with you guys is just a general. Thank you for what you do. It's tough to be on the board. And actually, I learned from former board members and from the mayor that sitting up there is difficult, and it really is nice to get recognition once in a while that what you are doing is difficult, and you do try and make the best decisions for the majority of the people in the town. I understand that, and that's always been my philosophy as well. So I want to say also congratulations to those yet to be seated. I think there are some in the room here, new trustees. For all of you guys, former and soon to be trustees, the code that has been written over the past 10 years, I encourage you strongly to go check and see every word that it says may, as in the developers may do something, versus shall. Just point blank, it's a duty that we have. When we wrote the code, I did not check may versus shall. And so a lot of the things that go on with developments that we wish were otherwise, it's because of those two words. So that would be my suggestion for the former board and new board. Check may versus shall in ordinances. I also want to say thanks to Administrator Kirk and Clerk Samora for running a successful election recently. We never have problems here in Berthoud with our election, and thank you very much for running that so well. We appreciate it. And I also want to say that you guys know the budget best. So as a group, as the trustees, make the decision that makes the most sense for the town as a whole, not just with the budget that we have right this second, but the budget we can anticipate in the future. So sometimes it looks like maybe it might be a stretch, but as we found out before, when you take the time to really look at the different buckets of where the money is going, and you look at the bucket that is for one particular item or another, sometimes we're a little bit short, and sometimes we have plenty. But the general public does not understand the bucket concept. So you guys make the best decision because you've been elected and you are the voice for us. So that wraps up my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next two we will open up. These will be regular agenda items. So Mr. Patrick and Woody, both of those will cover at COP at a time. And the other two are for, looks like an Arboretum, and Mayor Pro Tem let me know earlier that you'd like to pull that anyways. So that will conclude our regular citizen participation. We will open up everything up under its specific agenda item. So we'll move on now to consent. Trustees, like anything removed from consent?
Yeah, I would like F,
Item F, okay.
quick discussion.
Can we please remove item G as well?
Item G, okay. Anything else? Is there a motion to move consent minus items F and G?
I make a motion to move on consent items minus F and G.
Thank you. Is there a second? All right. Trustee Wing has moved. Trustee Hardy has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Brody,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right. Items removed from consent will be considered next. We'll start out with the Berthoud Arboretum at Wagner Farm Park bid results. Trustee Murphy, looks like Trustee Wing, you guys both had questions?
The one comment I wanted to put in there is, can we get this added to the tree advisory committee agenda for this month? I know we're short on time port-wise, but if possible.
I suspect so. I'll talk to Forrester Furnace and
Thank you.
If he feels like that can be added, we can do that.
Okay. Trustee Wing?
Yeah, so this is not an action item, as we see in the notes, but I do want to make a quick comment. We've been reminded over and over and over and over again that there's concern about the financial status of the town, and I would like to make a motion that we move any spending to 2030 for the Arboretum. Had many residents say they're not for this, and since things are concerned about the financial status, I think this would be prudent for us to push this back. We can use those resources anywhere else rather than spending $14 million on a few trees. So if I could have a second and a vote?
Certainly. We do have public comment for this. Do you mind if we
No,
open that up
sure.
first? Okay.
I also had thoughts on that one as well. Before we went.
Yeah.
That's
So why don't you go ahead?
just seeing the figure coming back much higher than we anticipated, I just wanted to plug in the fact that this could be reevaluated for things like soft surface trails, maybe half of the amount of trees that were intentioned. It can be much more scaled down to be effective, but I do agree with Trustee Wing's assessment as well.
All right, thank you both. We do have folks in the audience wishing to speak that signed in under the regular citizen participation. So we'll start out with Kathy Mitchell.
My name is Kathy Mitchell. I live at 333 South 8th Street in Berthoud, and I'm a member of the Tree Advisory Committee. The members of the Berthoud Tree Advisory Committee make a motion to support the approval of the proposed Berthoud Arboretum project. We believe the project, as designed, will be a major asset to the community, providing recreational, educational, and artistic opportunities. As a gateway to Berthoud, it will continue to grow with the town for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Richard Kirkeb?
Yeah, I was just here to support Kathy.
Okay, and Richard just there to support Kathy. And we do have a motion on the table. Would anyone else wish to speak before? We have a motion that's been seconded. Any other comments by the trustees? The motion is to stay any funding till 2030.
Correct.
Okay. I'll just say my personal, this is a memo. This will be coming back to us, but I'll just say I disagree. That's it. There's nothing else. Or can we have a roll
Can
call
I get
vote?
a? I'm sorry. Can I get a clarification of the timeline?
Yeah, our intention is to finalize review the bids. So the numbers that are included in your packet do include some utility work that is associated with, but not specifically related to the Arboretum. So the total cost for the Arboretum itself is a little bit lower than those total numbers in the budget. And I know that's not quite that easy to see as you go through the bid tabulations, but we'll walk you through all those on the 28th. We'll have had some conversations with what we think is the apparent low bid contractor and have some cost savings ideas queued up that can be considered. I think our goal, like any project, is not to eliminate amenities, but to maybe change things like hard surface to soft surface. If some of the concrete pathways are over $1 million, we could change those to soft surface in some strategic areas and save a significant amount of money. There are those opportunities, so we'd like to bring those to you as well on the 28th with the goal that the board approve the bids for the project.
Trustee Wynn, can I ask why you suggested 2030?
I was just looking to give us some breathing room, and as we've got a lot of big projects, biggest projects we've ever had in the history of the town. And, someone got my attention when they kept saying their concern was so serious for the fiscal stability of the town going forward, certainly affecting future generations in our town. I took that seriously and thought about it, and I thought, geez, should we really be spending $12 to $14 million right now when I guess we're not sure of a lot of things? So it just seemed like gives us some breathing room to really look at things and make sure we put a pencil to our finances. And based on some of the other big projects that are going on, I think it's prudent that we look at things and space them out appropriately for the town to be able to hand them financially. The year is not that critical, and I think since that, a couple very good points have been made. Can we scale it down? Can we cut it in half? So maybe there's more discussion to be had. But I just picked, time goes by fast, and again, we have some huge projects, and I was just giving us a little breathing room.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. We have a motion. It's been properly seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote? And to be clear here, the motion is to delay Arboretum funding until 2030.
Thank you, Mayor Karspeck. For clarification, which trustee seconded the motion, please?
Trustee Albrecht?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
No.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Brody?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
No.
Mayor Karspeck?
No. All right. Well, the motion passes.
Great. Moving on.
And that's it. All right. We are past consent now. We can move on to our first regular agenda item, and that'll be the Sustainability Action Plan update by Brian Du Bois Brian in the audience tonight?
Oh,
Mayor
actually, we
Karsbeck?
missed
Point of
one.
order, yeah.
Yes. What did I do? What
Yeah,
did I do
we
wrong?
missed G.
Man, I'm sorry, guys. Yes, item G on the consent. My apologies.
That's okay. Thank you so much. So this is for the Historical Society Program Agreement. And I just wanted some clarification in the contract. It named a consultant and the different areas of expectations from this consultant. And the amount was $80,000 annually. So I just wanted to make sure I understood. Are we funding essentially a director position for the Historical Society? Are we funding a programs manager? What is that funding exactly going to?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the way that we treat the nonprofit support agreements that we've had in the past, including the Historical Society, this mirrors their prior agreements. We hire the Historical Society as a consultant to the town to provide us with a variety of things. They do educational courses. They do historical displays around town. They do historical reviews as part of our development process and support our HPAC committee and a variety of things that are included in that scope of services. And so rather than what was, I think, more common practice in the past where the town would just issue grants to local nonprofits to provide support services in the community, we've tried to identify and specify, here's the things that we're asking you to do that might be above and beyond your normal scope, and we will compensate you for those to help support the operation of those entities. And so the Historical Society, as you know, runs our museum. And we've talked about this in the past, but I think it's worth mentioning. The deed is written in such a way that if the Historical Society goes away, the museum becomes the town's, and then we have to run it or choose to get rid of it, which I don't think anybody would want to do. And so this is a great opportunity for us to help keep that museum going, that the town is kind of the fallback owner of, and to continue to provide great historical support services in town.
Awesome. And I want to thank staff for pursuing this, because the historical preservation component has been one of our major items for a long time. So thank you for supporting our Historical Society and all those efforts. I really appreciate it.
They're great. They're a great partner of the town's for sure.
That's it for me.
Okay. If there's anything else, is there a motion to approve the Berthoud Historical Society Community Program Agreement?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Wing has moved. Trustee Ayers has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Abstain.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Brody?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
Yes. All right, consent is now done with. We'll move on to the Sustainability Action Plan adoption. And we have Brian DuBois, our Economic Sustainability Manager.
Mayor Karsbeck, Brian is unfortunately ill
okay.
tonight,
That's
so
too
I'm
bad.
going to do my best to cover it and answer questions
you.
if you have any. As you know, we previously presented the Sustainability Action Plan, that final draft. There were a handful of suggestions that were made both during the hearing and then afterwards. Those have been incorporated into the document, and that document was included in your packet. In general, there's some statements in there about how the board will evaluate future sustainability projects, and understanding that there are a variety of determining factors in making a good decision, whether that's economic, environmental, or social. That kind of triple bottom line. So that came up. We've added some language in there just to provide some clarity. There's some additional language about solid waste and recycling, and evaluating and pursuing potentially some additional solid waste or recycling handling opportunities in town. And then there are a handful of other changes that are included in that document, again, based on the discussion at the prior meeting and then the comments post. So I'm, again, happy to go through the document in more detail if there are additional questions beyond what we covered last time, but otherwise we would recommend that you approve the Sustainability Action Plan as presented.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you tell us what the cost is?
There is no direct cost associated with the Sustainability Action Plan, so there are a long list of suggested action items in there. And I'm sorry, I guess I should have clarified. Did you mean the cost of the plan itself or the cost of any future items that might be a result of the
I
plan?
meant the cost of the plan itself. Seemed like we had a lot of discussion last time. We had a lot of discussion around electric vehicles, and I was just wondering if there's incremental costs associated with the sustainability plan.
There will only be costs associated with the sustainability plan such that the board approves those future action items. So If, for instance, solid waste is the first one that comes to mind. We've had some conversations about a convenience center, recycling center. If we chose to do that, that is identified as a potential action item in the plan. That plan would come to the town board. You guys would approve that project and any funding associated with it.
Okay, so
So
just
this
to
doesn't-
repeat,
this
any
doesn't
any
create-
funding would come before us at going in.
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, it will
Thank
all
you.
come before the board before any of that
Thank you.
work gets done.
Anything else? All right, I did promise to open this up to the public. We didn't have any comments last time around, but if there's anyone in the audience wishes to speak to this, just raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. How do you all feel? Okay. Would anyone like to move on?
I have one thing.
Please go ahead.
There's a lot of great valuable items in here, like the fire resiliency, like adding pedestrian bike, and then pursuing different types of waste management in town Berthoud. But I can't agree to a policy that encourages codes that require electric vehicles in the town of Berthoud, as well as requiring a certain amount of electrical vehicle charging stations. I think if the town wants to implement those things, those are okay, but having a required status on those or codes that enforce that, I can't get behind that. Even after working in the fire service, seeing the hazards that electrical vehicles and those batteries do in a fire and what it does to our environment, I feel like it's counterproductive to sustainability in our community.
Okay, thank you. Just being an EV owner myself, I'll tell you from a triple bottom line, I've never saved so much. So I'll just say, as probably the one person on this board that actually owns one, they actually save a lot of money. So up front, they might be more. The federal incentives draw it down for me, but certainly I wouldn't be able to do what I do with a gas vehicle. So I'll just say, owning one, they actually do contribute to that triple bottom line. And then Administrator Kirk said, from a staff perspective, we don't have any plans for electric vehicles. It's hybrid is the most we'll do, right?
Yeah, I think at this point, who knows how that looks in the future. We already have a lot of hybrid vehicles in our fleet.
Right.
It's important to us that we have both gas and electric capabilities, so that in the event where electricity is not available, that we're not worried about getting vehicles around town.
Yeah.
Maybe when there's better, alternative charging infrastructure available, solar or whatever, maybe that is a different conversation. We're not there yet today as a community. And I do think, and the board may not recall this, and I can't remember when this code changed. Maybe it was 4 or 5 years ago. The town's current development code does require electric vehicle charging stations in all new commercial and multifamily developments, and it requires passive infrastructure, so conduit and space and an electrical panel in homes, so that somebody can easily add one if they so choose. But it's not a required part of a new home, just kind of the space and the conduit. So some of those things are already in place that prior town boards approved. And again, I think any code changes that would come before the board as a result of this plan will ultimately require action of the town board to implement. And so I hear and understand Trustee Albrecht's commentary and understand where she's coming from. The board will make those decisions in the future.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Administrator Kirk. That kind of follows along with what I was going to say on this, but I wanted to thank staff, Cumming Group, and Brian for working on this. I know we put a lot of time into this, and I very much look at this as a solid foundation to work from, and that action will certainly be up to future boards on whether they take action here or not. But a lot of these things are coming down from the state level right now, and this, in my opinion, prepares us for some of those actions that we may be forced to do. So I think it's always great to be proactive and be ahead of the game, but ultimately this will be up to the next board to act on or not. So I'm very supportive of the work that's gone into it, and I support moving forward with it.
Anything else? Okay, would anyone like to move to adopt the final Town of Berthoud Sustainability Action Plan?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Ayers has moved. Trustee Hardy has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing,
No.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
No.
Trustee Brody,
No.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right, on a 3-4 vote, the Sustainability Action Plan has been approved. We'll move on now to item 3, discussion of certificates of participation and approval of resolution authorizing engagement with Piper Sandler and Company for certificates of participation financing for the Mountain Vista Park Phase 1. And Administrator Kirk will kick this off.
Thank you, Mayor Karsbeck. As you'll recall, at your last town board meeting, we had a long conversation about this park, the potential for financing, and the opinions, probable costs, and proposals that we received from contractors. At that meeting, majority of the board directed us to prepare a resolution to initiate the proceedings for certificates of participation issuance. The engagement letter that's included in your packet with Piper Sandler would bring them on as a underwriter for the town in that COP issuance. The timeline to issue COPs, assuming that we started tomorrow, is likely extending into July or even potentially early August before we can finally issue and sell those certificates of participation. There are a couple of steps that will have to occur between now and then, including the passage of some ordinances and approval of trustee agreements to hold those COPs. So this is not the last step in this process. You're not voting to issue COPs in any amount. But what you are doing is bringing on that underwriter so we can continue to move this process forward without delay. So the fee associated with, or the underwriter's discount, is 0.45%. That's the same fee that we paid for the recreation center, and it is very much consistent with the market. So that's 0.45% of the total amount issued.
Any questions right now, trustees? Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just diving into this, I guess why Piper Sandler?
Piper Sandler worked with us on the bond refinance for the 2012 wastewater bonds that we closed on last year.
Mm-hmm.
They're a very well-respected firm, obviously have a lot of experience in this realm, handled millions and millions and millions of dollars of certificates of participation issuance. We have good comfort level with them and their financial direction and advice.
Okay. Were there any criteria, or was it based on just the past relationship and experience?
Both.
Okay.
Obviously we need somebody that is legally qualified to handle this for us and has the background and experience to do that. We, again, had a great experience with them and their support and our bond issuance for the bond refinancing. We felt like the fee, being consistent with what we paid for the rec center financing, was appropriate.
Okay. Is there a reason why we didn't have a request for proposal on this?
Yeah, this is kind of unique area. It's a niche industry in some ways, so there's a handful of firms that provide these kinds of services. We feel like both the relationship that we have with Piper Sandler, the trust that we have with them from our existing relationship, and the fact that they would do it at the same fee that D.A. Davidson did the COP issuance for the rec center, gave us the comfort level to move forward with sole sourcing this to Piper Sandler.
Would you say this is best practices for Colorado under Colorado's revised statutes?
I'm not sure.
Or maybe it's a question for you.
What part?
Just
The procurement part?
procuring underwriter.
There are no statutes.
Okay.
It's just internal town halls. But Chris is right. There's very few firms that do this work. I'm actually
In state or just regionally?
I don't know if they're nationwide companies, but the ones that our clients have operated with, there's only two, and Piper is one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I've got.
Okay, any other questions right now? All right, we don't have a sign-up sheet for this, correct? We do?
We do not, Mayor
Okay.
Karsbeck.
In this situation, since we don't have a sign-up sheet, if anyone in the audience wishes to speak to this, you could raise your hand and we'll start from the front and go back. All right, the second row, right here, ma'am. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Sorry, I saw your arm.
Me?
Yeah, Jeff. Sorry.
Thanks, Will.
Yep.
All right. Wasn't that great yin and yang at citizen participation? Thank you, Maureen. It's why we were such great colleagues. I can be a little overly negative sometimes. I'm sorry. All right, starting my timer. So let's talk about something positive. Building a new park. We've had no new baseball fields for 35 years. We had to close the town pool.
Nobody wanted to close the town pool. It was leaking, Chris could say 10,000 gallons a night. They thought it was going to be a sinkhole. So, 2016, me and Will and Brian Lack got elected. Maureen got elected in 2018. We had no money. We had no funding. We couldn't do anything. So we looked for low-hanging fruit. So we opened up the road around the reservoir as a park. All we had to do was build the parking lot and the bathroom. We put in a dog park, rented or leased school land. But it was really clear we needed funding. So we put a 2018 1% sales tax on the ballot, and the voters passed it. No other community in this state that I'm aware of has 25% of their sales tax committed to parks, rec, and trails. It's amazing. And that is what has led to Wagner Park, Town Park, pickleball courts, bike park, the soccer fields. Nothing would be possible without that money. But at the same time, the voters voted no on a bond. We had a board very committed to building a rec center, and we didn't have a lot of time. So we found out after the election that there's another option, a COP, certificate of participation. Perfectly legal, most commonly used financing in municipal projects. You don't build $30 million projects with cash. Who lives in their car for 20 years to not pay rent so they can pay cash for a house that's like tripled in value while they were living in their car? Anyway, after the sales tax passed, we did a master plan. Rec Center was number one. It got built. It's a huge success. 550,000 visitors last year. 21% of them, according to staff, went to a Berthoud business before or after. 2.7% interest on $24 million. Deal of the century. $8 million in cash. It started March 2020, opened 2021 November. The day it opened, FCI, the contractor, said, if you built this today, it would cost $45 million. So we threaded the needle between all the pandemic increases, everything. And if the town board, right, we have representative government. You guys are supposed to get all the information and manage our money and make the right financial decision. So if 5 of us hadn't made that decision, we wouldn't have a rec center. We wouldn't have soccer fields. We wouldn't have any of that. Skate park, pickleball courts, none of it. So, it's an overwhelming success. What more evidence do you need that borrowing money prudently, Chris Kirk is the most conservative financial manager. You have $144 million in financial reserves because of Chris. He says you can afford it. And he's not saying you can afford $50 million. He's saying you can afford $30 million of financing and $10 million in cash. So do you want citizens to pay taxes for the next 10 years for nothing? Or do you want them to be able to have a park to use, right? And be able to use it while they pay for it. Thanks.
Thank you. Raise your hands again. Sorry, folks. All right, we'll start.
Cassie.
Yes. Casey Grace, future trustee.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Casey Grace, future trustee, and I live at 2188 Cadman Street. I want to address some concerns and some questions I have with the drafted resolution, the letter of engagement, and the letter of engagement for the COP underwriting process. First of all, I do want to make a comment that as of last night at 11:30 p.m., because that's what I was doing last night, the staff memo that was included in the public documents was this template document. By 8:30 this morning, when I went to go check it again, the full memo had been uploaded. I'd like to raise the question whether that is allowed to happen. Next question, is the town of Berthoud hiring a municipal advisor for this transaction? If not, why? Piper Sandler is not acting as a fiduciary. It does not owe the town a duty of loyalty and has financial interests that differ from the town's. Section 4 and Appendix A both make this explicit. The town is being asked to sign a document that essentially says, we understand you are not on our side. The Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA, recommends that unless the government has sufficient internal experience, that it use a municipal advisor when considering and developing a bond transaction. The GFOA also states that this person must have passed the Series 50 exam and be registered as a municipal advisor with the SEC and MSRB. It's also worth noting that with Piper Sandler having supported the town during the wastewater bond refinancing, were they acting as the underwriter or the advisor? That should be evaluated. Second, in the engagement, there is no cap on marketing and closing expenses, which include expenses from bond proceeds, including underwriters counsel, travel, printing, CUSIP, IPR, EO, and DTC and alphabet soup charges. The engagement letter says that only expenses will not be billed if the securities do not close. Drawing a parallel to the 2020 COP that was issued, there was a question during the March 24th meeting about how much was issued versus what the town of Berthoud kept to use on the rec center. The question was not answered directly, so I brought the answer with me here tonight. $24,364,712.60 was issued. The town got to keep $20,017,115,000. 20 million, I said that wrong. Anyway, there was a $3.7 million difference that went to what was categorized as an issue premium. So my question here is, can you please add a not to exceed cap on reimbursable expenses before signing the engagement letter? Third, the GFOA recommends that issuers, which is the town of Berthoud, select underwriters through a formal request for proposal process, RFP, that the issuer document and make publicly available the criteria and process for underwriting so that the decision can be explained if necessary. What was the date that the board meeting where it was voted to bypass the competitive process of the RFP? Lastly, the resolution language is not robust. It authorizes engagement and delegates the signature authority to the town administrator, but doesn't include the selection process of the underwriter, reference to a fee cap, instruction to staff to retain a municipal advisor. Also, have you been made aware of the G17 disclosures, and do you understand them before you are voting on them? Are you aware of Piper Sandler's relationship with Charles Schwab and how that might remove the ability to receive the best pricing?
Thank you, Mrs. Grace. We've reached our 3 minutes.
Perfect. I do have a list of the questions if you...
Okay, and
there were a lot asked.
do you mind putting these up there, actually, if you do have a list? I was trying to keep it best, but for other folks who have questions throughout the night, we'll go through all the comments, and then we'll do our best to answer any questions you have. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next that wishes to speak? Yep, Maureen.
So I certainly appreciate, excuse me, the specific details that both our former trustee Hindman and our new trustee Casey have brought together with the specifics of what was done and what needs to be done in the future. I will speak in more general terms. And again, this is from what I had said earlier today, that you guys are the trustees. You make the decisions with the information that you have that's best for the town. Personally, I do feel that moving forward with COPs is financially a smart move. Again, because you don't build a house by saving up money. And you get a loan for that money. And hopefully you know that you have the information that you need with a trusted source, going to Casey's point, and move forward with extra reserves. Again, Chris was super conservative with the rec center, and we had money left over because he is a conservative administrator when it comes to finances. So personally, if I were still on the board today, I would go with the information that you guys have been given and decide whether you agree with the administrator's decisions on finances and make the best decision for the most people. And as far as, the prior discussion of cutting money for multiple years, sometimes you can do both. Sometimes you can cut back on one project and still go forward with another and have more than one thing going on. Can you walk and chew gum at the same time, you guys? I think you can. I would take into account what both of the former speakers said. I think they both had valid points. But I would encourage you to consider that moving forward with a COP analysis is a really smart and safe idea, and you can always vote it down later. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next. Sit in the back with the cap. Bill, we'll get to you afterwards.
Will, question.
Oh, you got one too?
I had written my name down, but I don't know when you want.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll go to Bill and then you. I'm sorry.
You had me on the list, and you said you were gonna call up later.
That's right.
I don't want to slide by.
Thank you very much. I got you in there.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm Mike Patrick, 111 East Indiana Avenue, Berthoud, Colorado 80513. I've was on the board from 2002 to 2010 and had some of these conversations from time to time then. But what I'd like to ask you to consider is that each one of you are trustees at large. Each one of you represents every one of the citizens of Berthoud. It's incumbent, I believe, to align your actions with the wishes of your constituents. It's important for you to inform yourself what public consensus actually is on the decisions that come before you, particularly when they have this size financial effect. We very rarely do projects of this size in Berthoud. And so let me gently remind you that we had a difference of opinion between this board and the citizens just a very short period of time ago. And it had to do with a annexation and development plan that you, from the town's perspective, pushed through without perhaps understanding the level of opposition. One of the former trustees, named Glenn Buckingham, and myself were the authors of a petition. The petition then was joined by an initiative that had to do with the same issue. That one we were unhappy with, but I think you might have been unhappy too, because you were told something that turned out to be incorrect. And when we came back and asked you to fix it yourself, you said, no, you can do a petition instead. Well, we did the petition, and we got a chance to talk to a lot of people in this town during that process, about probably 2,200 of them. And as the result of those, we learned, and you learned, that the decision that you'd made was supported by less than a third of the people that voted on the petition and initiative, and 2/3 rejected it. The reason that I mention this, not to castigate you for that, but to just remind you that oftentimes there's a significant variance from what you perceive to be the public's opinion on something and what really exists out there. And
Mr. Patrick, we've hit our 3 minutes here.
I have 3, or I had 3?
You had 3. Yeah,
would you give me another 60 seconds?
I will not. I'm sorry. I have to be fair to everyone else tonight.
All right.
I appreciate it, though. Thank you. Mr. Hyman, Bill Hyman.
As you all know, I'm Bill Hyman, 1191 Blue Agave Court. I first got involved in Parks and Rec in Berthoud 8 months ago, and I have followed this process through the board committee and through all the trustees for the last 8 months. And I want to assure everybody here that this has been thoroughly reviewed, both from the standpoint of the development of the pool and the ball fields, and from the standpoint of the best way to finance it and get it open probably the middle of 27. So because it's their last meeting, I want to thank Carl, Mark, and Tim so very much for your support, your detailed examination of everything that goes into putting this together, And it's so important to the families of this town that this get done now and open in 27. I also want to thank May and Brett for all their work so far, and I'm counting on them to provide the leadership for the new board to get this done because I believe they can start construction the minute we know as I go, and that's important that happen. The other people that don't get enough credit are the staff, Chris, Jeremy, Keith, and the staff at the rec center where I go 3 times a week. They all have contributed immensely to the development of this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful park. And Chris and Jeremy, they know what they're doing about financing, and as has been pointed out, the town has plenty of money, and it has a sales tax that will finance this. And if the rec center can get 500,000+ people are voting for their feet. They want Parks and Rec, and it's I think makes money, and Mountain Vista Park will make money. So let's do it. Let's get it done. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Sir, Woody, I don't even want to take a stab at your last name, so I apologize.
I don't blame you. It's been butchered since 2nd grade. Woody Gagan, 213 East Michigan. 4 things quickly regarding this project. Opportunity, timeline, money, and sort of a practice what you preach. I'm an ex-college swimmer. I swim laps at the pool, so I see Bill up there occasionally. I also umpire youth baseball. So I'm pretty active in the 2 areas that this impacts, so admittedly I'm jaded. But I think this project makes a ton of sense. One thing that I don't think people also look at too often is the opportunity it might present to older people and youngsters just on the employment side. We'll have on the lifeguard side, they'll have to double or triple things. The umpire side's huge. There's a lot of opportunity there. Timeline, 2 forks in the road. Do the project or don't. You had a vote, said do. COP or not, 5-2 vote, do. If you do it today, the dirt's in the ground, shovels in the ground sooner than later. If you procrastinate, we're not going to hit the timeline that Bill just alluded to. On the money side, my background is in business for 40 years. I've been in finance and mortgages for the last 24. I've heard comments from citizens and trustees that say they don't run their homes the way that the town of Berthoud is running, their financial side. In my opinion, those comments are disingenuous. With rare exception, most people have mortgages on their homes. The homeowners make a calculated decision to choose to put a down payment on a house and couple that with a loan. If you want to wait until you have cash to buy a new set of golf clubs or an e-bike, that makes sense. But you don't typically pay 100% to buy a home. Using the COP as a vehicle to obtain financing is a well thought out and strategic plan. There's positive precedents with the rec center. I support moving forward. Practice what you preach. I hear some people saying one thing and doing the opposite. In these meetings and in the run-up to the recent election, the rhetoric said I could separate my personal and my professional lives. Some people, however, if the votes don't go their way, it seems to be some undermining. I don't think that's what you're elected to do. I urge the board not to listen to the vocal minority and stay the course. Move forward with this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Sir.
My name's Tony Armstrong off of Douglas Place. Just a couple thoughts with the swimming pool. This is all about the softball fields and the swimming pool, correct?
Yes, I'm not going to be answering any questions to this though. So.
Okay, with the swimming pool, one thing that lacked in the last one is it wasn't big enough to give any kind of swimming for the teams with the schools. So they have to go to Thompson Valley to practice and swim. So it'd be really good if we had that in town if we're spending that kind of money. And then as a father of a softball daughter, all of these parks around here miss on food and shirts. There's one that sells shirts, but in my mind, because a lot of times families are out there all day, you could probably sell quite a bit, just as softball shirts and hot dogs or whatever. A lot of them miss out on that, and I never understood it. Everyone has to drive away to get stuff when they're sitting there in the sun all day. So just a couple thoughts.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Y'all. Oh, go ahead. Who passes down? Yeah.
Since there's not a sign up, I'm Ann Karsbeck. I'm at 706 8th Street. I want to thank everyone for all of your hard work. This has just been an incredible time to be a citizen, and especially for the staff. I know you guys are putting a lot of hours into all this. The COP just brings, I think a lot of a great option for this rec center not a rec center, sorry, for the park to go through. But I do like the analogy about moving forward with other parks as well. So hearing about the Arboretum and pushing that out with the idea of being fiscally conservative, I think we have to be able to look at both park and rec simultaneously, move them both forward. Chris has done an excellent job with the budget. You guys trust him. And because of that, I think we've seen the budgets over and over. It should all work out. And so if we work with one, I think we should be working with the other. So I just want to be on record saying that. Let's think, again, park and rec. Open space is a huge push for this town, and for families to enjoy walking paths and trees and shade in a drought time. We need to be planning now for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Thank you all for speaking. I'll close the public comment, bring it back to the board. Anyone have any thoughts? Final comments? Trustee Wing.
Yeah, when you see this thing, it's so exciting. Oh my gosh! I mean, it's like Disney World water parks for the kids and the youth, the families. It's absolutely unbelievable. So the fact that we can do this, the fact that staff has planned financially ahead so we can do this, the fact that the taxes were put in place to fund things like this, it's just an absolute unbelievable opportunity for the town to have a great facility that I think will have a substantial draw from areas around, because it's just such an exciting venue, and it'd be great if we could move forward.
All right, let's go down the line. Trustee Hardy, any thoughts?
No.
Okay.
This one's with the rec center. That's just project number 2.
All right. Trustee Brody.
Yeah, I see this project as a huge, not only a win for Parks and Rec and our youth, which seem to get forgotten a lot around here. It's all the adults that are making a lot of decisions or having one's opinion or the other. The kids don't have a voice, really. This town really doesn't have, and no disrespect to the businesses that are here, doesn't have anything that draws people to Berthoud. A facility like this will have tournaments that will bring people from outside this town with their money ready to spend. They're going to go to a ball field. They're going to go to a tournament. They're going to, at the end of the tournament, they're going to want to go out to dinner. They're going to spend that money here. We don't have that right now. So in my mind, not only is this checking multiple boxes from the types of facilities they're going to build, we're providing a environment. We're investing in our youth, and we're investing in our economic development. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Ayers.
Yeah, I agree with those comments that were made. I think the major point that I've been bringing up the past few meetings on this project is the sort of generational gap that is a possibility to be lost from the youth sport aspect, but also as the other trustees have brought up, sorry. I think that this project is a long-term investment that has been basically unseen benefits besides the ball fields, besides the pools. It will be a draw for the community. I think it will be a long-term benefit to the community. Administrator Kirk, how much, based on the board's decision earlier tonight, the Arboretum was in the budget for this year, correct?
That's correct.
How much?
$8.5 million.
Depending on
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
trustee Ayers. That
Okay.
$8.5 million does not include the millions that were budgeted for the utility upgrades that would happen along Bertha
Correct.
Parkway. So there's a little bit more than that, but the Arboretum itself, the park project, was budgeted at 8.5.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, I understand that there's contention on the issue. There are two sides to the issue, but I'm in favor of the project just because I think it is I think it has the opportunity to be a wonderful boon to the community itself, physically, mentally, economically. I just think it's a good idea.
Trustee Albrecht.
I appreciate the public comments. The thing I think that comes down to for me is if we ignore the years of surveying, public events, and the active citizens who have played a role in shaping this, and we go to a bond, we're actually refusing them all of their invested time and effort in giving us what we're bringing forward in the first place. And so I do feel like we have to honor the voice of the public that has brought this to us. And the hard part about that too is, obviously there's a lot of people coming into it that want to have a say. And so at some point we have to not continue to receive comments, but at some point create a great project and move forward. And that's where I feel like we are right now, in that move forward stage where we could receive comments endlessly, but we would never produce anything. And so I think these invested dollars deserve an investment in return. And also my involvement in the community, my 6 years on the board, my involvement was many years even before that in every area of our community, from schools to nonprofits to the businesses to the fire service. I'm regularly talking to citizens, and these are things that they are asking us for constantly. The pool and the competition lanes, the swimming opportunities for elderly too, where this is not just youth based, this is multi-generational. And so that's where, to me, I have this burden to respond to all of those voices I've heard for many years, and in addition to current voices. So trying to find a way to bridge that gap of current generations and former generations needing these products. And I really resonated with Ms. Karspek's comments about the parks moving simultaneously. I don't want to discard or move away from the Arboretum entirely. That's really an important project. I think what the stopping point for me, or at least pause for that, was the almost double cost that came back to us and what that bid process brought back. And then just considering the commentary about this isn't meeting the mark of what those surveys asked for us in trails. And so just making sure we're hitting it right. Are the trails supposed to be soft surface, more nature centric, more scaled down to a reasonable cost, and just making sure we're doing the right thing. I want to do the right, that land is so sacred. I want to do the right thing. So I think with moving forward, the COP conversation is important. I wanted to clarify with staff, if we agree to move forward with this contract tonight, are we firmly agreeing that this is the process we're going to engage in, or do we still have opportunity to reassess and have this go to a ballot issue?
The board has the right to make that choice, and tonight is not your last opportunity.
So there will be another opportunity to make that final decision whether we do ballot or COP?
We are going to, if you vote to approve this engagement letter, staff's going to begin working in earnest on the issuance of certificates of participation. If the board wants to pursue a bond, at some point, we will have the ability to terminate the engagement letter and pivot. But if you vote tonight, our expectation is you're telling us to move forward with this process, and it is a months-long process. There's a significant amount of financial work that has to go into that, documents that have to be prepared, ratings presentations that have to occur, all kinds of things that have to happen in order to make this a reality. And there will have to be future board votes to approve, again, trustee agreements and the final issuance of those COPs.
I guess my final thought on that is, if we move forward, I do have concerns about citizen petitions at this point with how much adversarial kind of like climate we're dealing with in multiple areas. And so if a petition were to go through, would that put the measure to a ballot?
I would look at it one of two ways. I suppose there could be an initiated ordinance. I don't know how that would relate to this. If the board approved an ordinance to issue the COPs, I suppose that could be challenged by referendum. But I honestly, I don't know. I'm thinking off the top of my head.
I think we're happy to look at that and
Yeah.
come back to the board, and I think we'd probably want to give you that advice in executive.
Sure. And I, my heart is that we would give every citizen the opportunity, if instead of, this just getting shut down, I would want to make sure that the citizens had opportunity to rebuttal it in some way so they can fight for what they believe is right in this issue. And that's really my reason for asking. So thank you.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem? Thank you.
I trust in the wisdom of the people, and I'm not going to take a 30-year debt obligation under the COP to burden my children with this. And I don't think it's right to leave you out of the discussion. So I'm not supportive of this.
And I realized Mrs. Grace's questions.
I wondered if you wanted me to answer those, but
do you mind doing that?
Sure.
Okay, I can speak real quick first, or one of the
Yeah,
other.
go ahead. Why
Okay,
don't
I'll
you do
speak and
that,
we'll get
and then
that
if you
over.
guys have additional questions after, I'm happy to address those.
Oh, go ahead. Okay, yeah. Well, I agree with. Hey, you know what? This is weird. I kind of agree with all you guys tonight. I don't agree with you on the COP, but everyone's saying this is a great project. It is. It's really nice. That's not the question for me, to kill this or not. It's to put it to a bond, and it's also the opportunity cost in this. And the opportunity cost is from this account. This is not just a recreation account. This keeps being said. This is a recreation account. It's not. It's also used for transportation for all our road work, for open space acquisition, and for public transportation. So this is also coming out of the new 2018, which is just for recreation. But the debt obligation for the COP is coming from account from 1998 used for multiple reasons. I personally love this park. I love this project. I have more passion for open space acquisition. So that's where the two come together. I would love to put this to a bond. And I think in the meantime, maybe there's something we could work out, or maybe there's more understanding. But the idea of this is either a COP or kill it. That at least isn't my intent. From there, I think I've brought this up before, but I just don't like the idea of going into a COP. I'd much rather have a bond and have everyone else be able to look at it. And again, that's primarily due to just the opportunity and cost of what else this pulls away from. And finally, I just want to get some clarification on if this pays for itself or makes money. And Administrator Kirk, I genuinely am thinking this doesn't, right? The 1.8 million will be for the debt obligation. And when people say this might make money or pay for themselves, are they talking about the operation and maintenance, or is there really a thought this would also pay for the entire COP?
I don't believe that this park would pay for the entire COP debt obligation. It would have to be supported with sales tax.
Okay.
I do think that the park will support itself from an operations and maintenance standpoint, and additional funds could be held in reserve for additional improvements to the park. It could be used to save and pay down that COP debt. But no, I do not believe it will generate enough revenue to fund the entire debt service amount.
Okay. It's a genuine question. Okay, and that's all.
Yeah,
and thank you all for coming out
good
tonight.
question.
And I think there are multiple ways to handle this. I don't think my board members for this are, or Mayor Pro Tem being against this. I think there's multiple ways of looking at this. I just want to come, maybe it's a third point of view that there's an opportunity cost to this, and I'd like to support the other things that are listed in that text. And primarily for me is open space. And I'll be done with that. I'll turn it over to Administrator Kirk to answer the public comment questions.
Sure. Let's see. We are not planning to hire a municipal advisor to advise us in this transaction. Cindy, our CFO, our Director of Finance and HR, and I both have experience with both bond and COP issuances and feel like we very much understand the process. We understand what we're getting into. We can read and review the financial statements and documentation, and we have a direct hand in preparing them all. Piper Sandler would serve as the underwriter in this transaction, as they did with the bond issuance as well. The Government Finance Officers Association certainly provides information and best practices that we can follow. It is a professional association. It's not a governing body of any kind. And so while there are lots of GFOA recommendations that we do follow, there are some that we do not because we don't feel like they're applicable to us or in the best interest of the town. That's not to say that they're not good practice, but it doesn't mean that we're obligated to follow any of them. Excuse me. Let's see. There was a question about a not to exceed cap on reimbursable expenses. That's something I could talk to Piper Sandler about. I don't know that that's a significant problem. We'd want to give ourselves some cushion. But in relation to the COPs for the rec center, it's been brought up multiple times now that the town paid an issue premium. Actually, what we received is an issue premium, not paid. We did not pay D.A. Davidson, who was the underwriter on that COP issuance, $3.7 million. It's been said multiple times that is factually incorrect. The total fee, and I'm sorry, I had just had it up in front of me. I got to reopen here. But just so that we're explicitly clear, since it's come up a couple of times, that issue premium is actually kind of above and beyond the par amount of the certificates of participation. So in simplest terms, if let's say the COP was $1,000 and there was an issue premium of $50, that's additional funds that the town received because the investors were willing to pay more for them and get a lower yield, either because our interest rate was better than maybe the market was offering, or because we're a very safe investment, which we are. We're highly rated for a municipality of our size, and municipal securities are a very safe investment. So we received a premium amount. We actually received $24 million that we used for the construction of Wagner Farm Park. We did not receive only 20. So I just want to be clear about that. The actual underwriter discount with insurance and some other things that were included in that was around $200,000 of that total issuance. So just so that we're clear. Let's see.
And you might not have answers for all these right now. We're not expecting to.
And I don't. There was a question about the board memo. There was some error in uploading where it ended up being a template instead of. We have a new agenda management system, as you know. We've had it for about a month and a half now. But something happened where that memo didn't get updated properly, and so, or uploaded properly. It did just look like a template, had very little information at the top that was germane to this topic. The engagement letter and the resolution were included in the packet. Those are the things you're voting on. The memo is a summary document. I'll leave it up to our attorney if she feels like that would disqualify you from voting on that tonight.
No, it would not.
Mr. Armstrong, I just had some questions. So, concessions, I think we're looking into that, right? The opportunity of having other things around.
I'm sorry, do you mean like concessions on site?
I believe that's what he meant.
Yeah, we will have concessions on site, both at the aquatics facility and at the ball fields.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the answer. Trustees, is there anything else? Not? Is there there's a motion?
I have a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I move to adopt Resolution 2026-11, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Berthoud, Colorado, authorizing the engagement of Piper Sandler and Company as underwriter for the Town of Berthoud in connection with the issuance of certificates of participation for the construction of Mountain Vista Park, and authorizing the town administrator to execute an agreement for such services. Said agreement shall be subject to the final review and approval by the town attorney prior to execution.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Trustee Wing has moved. Trustee Brody has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Brody?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Nope.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
No. All right. Thank you. The motion's been approved. Feeling okay to keep moving on? Okay.
Mayor Karsbeck,
Yes.
I'm going to step out just for a quick break, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Could we take a 5?
Let's go take a 5-minute break. Yeah, makes a little more sense.
They're all in there. They're all in the motion. It's all sorted. I'm totally sorted. I'm sorry. I'm sorted out. I mean, tonight. It's a limit to tonight.
All of it's healthy.
I'm glad you feel that way.
I came down the stairs. Put her in the elevator, came downstairs. I did. Just so you know.
We haven't connected all the dots. No, it's okay.
So I came downstairs.
Because I know that like they awesome. Thank you. It might be just hours that
It's probably like some automated.
no worries. I don't want to cause any trouble. It's not trouble. You were supposed to be here.
If we could all take our seats, please. Thank you. Thank you again. If we could all take our seats, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Oh, wait a second. I know you guys want to sign up, so no problem. All right, thank you. Call the meeting back to order. Item number 4 on our agenda is a public hearing for comprehensive plan update. This is including a water conservation element to it. And I'll turn it over to our planning intern. Is it Lakin Dickinson? All right, welcome.
Yep, and Mayor Karsbeck,
And
members of
also our Community Development Director, Ann Johnson.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you, Mayor Karsbeck and members of the Town Board of Trustees. I'd like to introduce Lakin to you all this evening. Lakin has been our planning intern for months. She is also getting a master's degree in urban planning. Alex Tennant is the Water Resources Administrator, and he may or may not be coming on in. I want to take a moment to let you know the amount of time that Lakin spent collaborating with the state, with the Department of Local Affairs, or DOLA. The amount of time that she spent collaborating with the operations team, because this water component element to our comprehensive plan, really it's a directive to the operations team. It's not so much a directive to the community development team. So Lakin spent a lot of time working with that staff, and the plan that you're going to see presented tonight is a result of that time that she spent. So no pressure intended by this next statement at all. However, if we did receive notice today from DOLA that if you all pass this tonight, and if I can get the executed resolution uploaded to the DOLA website tomorrow, Berthoud will be the first in the state to have this requirement of Senate Bill 24-174 accomplished. So no pressure whatsoever. And at this, I am going to turn it on over to Lakin.
Welcome.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Karsbeck and town trustees. As Ann mentioned, my name's Lakin, and I'm excited to talk to you about the water supply element, also known as the water conservation element. So, Department of Local Affairs, DOLA, is requiring this water conservation element to be implemented in comprehensive plans by the end or before December 31st, 2026. These are the basic conditions required by a state statute for the element. We have consulting with water providers. In this case, it was Little Thompson for Berthoud, identifying water conservation policies, and estimating water supplies and facilities to support future development. As Ann mentioned, we collaborated with Berthoud's water department to align this element with their water efficiency plan and ensure goals and strategies were connected to projects that the water team is working on or currently implementing. We've also gone back and forth with Scott Williamson from DOLA to receive feedback on various drafts of the element and ensure compliance with state statute. And then lastly, we consulted with Little Thompson Water District, as I mentioned, to confirm this element is in line with state priorities and current water planning activities in the area, and they confirmed it is. So various plans, including Berthoud's participation in the 2020 Growing Water Smart Workshop, helped inform the water supply element. We started off looking at the water conservation section in City of Evans Master Plan for inspiration. This was recommended by DOLA. And then we looked at Berthoud's plans to see what information we could pull to follow state statute requirements. This is an outline of what was produced. We have the water conservation policies with the connected principles, goals, and strategies, water supplies and facilities which inform current conditions and the projected growth of the town. And then lastly, principles from the water efficiency plan to guide the integration of water and land use planning. And then here's this action plan for next steps. We've placed each of the goals and strategies from the water element into this action plan and worked with the water department to identify each one's timeline, priority, any relevant notes. This action plan will continue to be updated as we progress and complete tasks. And it's also important as kind of like a checklist to see what goals we are completing, as this element will be revised every 5 years in the comprehensive plan. This concludes staff presentation. Happy to take any questions on the process. Alex Tennant isn't here to answer any technical questions, but I can also take those and get any answers back to you at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Trustees, any questions? Do you mind just confirming this is related to a Senate bill? A lot of this is coming down the pipeline no matter what, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Questions? Okay. This being a public hearing, this will now go to the public. I'll open up the, do we have a sign-up sheet, clerk? Be the public's opportunity to testify this. This is a kind of a quasi-judicial. We have no one. Oh, we have one signed up. Great. Jordan Bartz.
Oh, signed up for the wrong thing.
Okay, no problem. All right.
We have something that everybody's in alignment with.
All right, I'll close the public comment. Bring it back to the board for deliberation. Y'all feel pretty good? I think it's great. I think it's usually I'm kind of hard on these water elements. One, the state's coming down on us anyways, and two, a lot of the stuff we've done that I was initially concerned about water conservation has turned out fantastic. So I have a lot to learn on this, but yeah, it looks really good. So thank you. If there's nothing else, would anyone like to move on this?
Yep. I move to approve ordinance 1379, an ordinance of the town of Berthoud amending comprehensive plan to add section 5 water conservation element.
Thank you.
I'll second.
All right, Trustee Wing has moved on this. Trustee Hardy has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Brody?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
Yes. Thank you. Great job. I guess DOLA will hear from us. So. Okay. Item number 5 is another public hearing. This is the Lewis Valley annexation, including an annexation agreement, zoning, and neighborhood master plan. We have Ann Johnson again to introduce.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Karsbeck, members of the Town Board of Trustees. So the first few slides will be focused on procedure. We have a lot of individuals in the audience tonight that might not be familiar with the Town Trustees meeting or even the local planning process. So our local planning process starts with the pre-application phase. This is when staff, referral agencies, we're working together with the applicant, their engineer, their planner, their landscape architect, to help them identify what issues they may be facing from a site-specific standpoint. We may know there could be drainage issues. We may know that there might be some traffic concerns. We're addressing things at that moment in time to help the applicant form a really good application. Then the next part is application submittal. This is when they submit the application, we do a completeness check. We send it out to referral agencies, school district. In this case tonight, we sent it to the Army Corps of Engineers, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, fire district, all of the utility providers. We get their comments back, and then those comments are provided to the applicant. They have to address the comments with their next submittal, and they keep addressing comments until they have addressed everything to the satisfaction not only of staff and also those referral agencies that made the initial comments. So then once the application is squeaky clean, we get it established and set up for public hearings. So it went to the Planning Commission a couple weeks ago, and here we are this evening for the Town Board of Trustees. Then post-approval actions include recording documents and any other next steps that might be necessary. So again, here we are at the public hearing tonight in front of the Board of Trustees. Staff will give our presentation. Then there is a public hearing. The mayor will open the official public hearing, take testimony, and then we'll close the public hearing. Sorry, that was number 3. Number 2 is staff will make a presentation, and then we'll do the public hearing. And then after the mayor officially closes that public hearing, then there will be deliberation and discussion amongst the Board of Trustees. All right, so this is a slide that is inserted again for the benefit of the members of the audience. This is provided by CIRSA, one of the town's insurance providers. The Town Board, Planning Commission, or BOA, they have the roles in decision making listed on the left-hand side of the slide, including coming to meetings unbiased, not engaging in pre-hearing buzz, don't engage in ex parte communication. You're doing a great job sending all public comments to staff. You're going to ask questions and seek clarification. And then how decisions are made. We provide due process to everyone, the public that's here, staff, the applicant. Criteria and intent and processes are outlined in the development code. These will also be shared with you, and they are found in the staff report. And then deliberation and discussion includes that of the evidence that is critical, facts that you're learning, and any legal criteria applicable to the matter and the decision. All right, so where are we tonight in the development review process? Annexation is oftentimes the very first step. That is accompanied with zoning and a neighborhood master plan. In this case, Planning Commission also heard a minor subdivision. They are the ultimate decision makers on that minor subdivision. 6 lots would be approved should you all approve the annexation, zoning, and the neighborhood master plan. The next step then will be a preliminary plat with 80% construction drawings. This is where all the details come into place, all of the heavy engineering. 80%, that's a pretty big lift to do with this next submittal for preliminary plat, should you approve tonight. Then the next step will be a final plat. Those are 100% construction drawings and the development agreement. So again, this evening, we are going to hear the request for an annexation, approval of an annexation agreement, a neighborhood master plan, and zoning. You're going to actually vote on the neighborhood master plan first. And then you're going to vote on the annexation with the agreement as well as the zoning, because if you like what you're seeing with the neighborhood master plan, all of the other votes will be pretty simple. This is called Lewis Valley, and it is located on the east side of South Berthoud Parkway. That is a small parcel to the left on your screen. It's connected by a thin strip of land to then land on the east side and on the north side of Little Thompson River, and it is west of the railroad, west of County or First Street. It is south of Hillsdale, Heritage, Harvest, Rose Farm, and it is east of Trails at Creekview. So this is South Berthoud Parkway looking east to southeast with Dry Creek in the foreground. This is looking south on South First Street, looking west-southwest. The train tracks and that trestle are in the foreground. And then you can see existing homes in the background. This is South First Street looking west-northwest with the train tracks and the Little Thompson River in the foreground. And then this is our future land use map. This is from the comprehensive plan. The site is split a little, and remember it's connected with that thin ribbon of land. So as you can see, this is one of the furthest southern properties that's identified in the future land use map for future development and growth. The town made a decision to not go south of the river with that future land use map. So this really is one of the last parcels on the north side of the river. You can see the 2 parcels there. One, there's the Dry Creek corridor as well as the Little Thompson corridor on the parcel on the east, and it was slated or envisioned, so it's not a legislative mandate, but it was envisioned for suburban residential. The smaller portion on the west was envisioned for open space. Now the applicant has brought forth some information that made it made it plausible to staff as well as a planning commission that we could support that a small portion of that going to residential development. And the applicant can explain some of those findings a little bit later during their presentation. So sometimes it's good to compare what we did with other master plans, and it was the entire property was envisioned for residential development with the 2014 comprehensive plan. So it's been fairly consistent. So this slide here shows on the 2014 comprehensive plan, it was envisioned for medium density residential with 2 to 8 dwelling units an acre, which would yield 50 to 200 units. The 2021 comprehensive plan envisioned this for a higher density with 14 to 21 dwelling units an acre, which could yield 350 to 525 dwelling units. There is 69 acres of open space proposed. So what the applicant is proposing tonight, again, annexation zoning, annexation agreement, and neighborhood master plan, which is that concept, is suburban residential on 25 lots with 105 units, which equates to 4.2 units an acre versus what they could have asked for at 14 to 21 units per acre. The agricultural portion is on 9 acres. There are 4 lots proposed, so that is a density of less than a half a unit per acre. All right, so this is surrounding property density review. You see on the west side of South Berthoud Parkway, there's a white 6. That is a southern part of Legacy or Ludlow. That southern part, excluding open space, will have approximately 6 units an acre. Harvest West, 2.3. That's that farthest west square, and you see the white 2.3 south of Ludlow. Then moving to the east, you have Harvest North and South at 2.9. You see a blue bubble with 2.9 in it. That is the proposed density for the clustered residences on Lewis Farm West. Above that is Rose Farm, and that's at 2.8 acres. Then you have Hillsdale at 4.6. South of Hillsdale, you have Trails at Creekview at 3.4. You have a little bubble nestled up right against Trails at Creekview at 3.6. Then to the north of the blue bubble with the 4.4, that is Heritage Ridge. And then you have the big cluster of homes for Lewis Valley, and that's at 4.4. And then moving over to River Trails, that's 4.9 units per acre. Now, if you include, I extracted all of the open space areas from those calculations for every development so that we were comparing apples to apples. If you include the open space area for Lewis Valley, you're getting 0.98 units per acre, so less than 1 unit per acre. So taking a look at some of what we look at when we're evaluating, this does have some flood area, and the applicant is developing or proposing to develop outside that flood hazard area. Luke Sieber, the development review engineer, is present, and if you have any specific questions about that, he can answer those for you. This is the current zoning, and as you can see, or not the current zoning, the proposed zoning. So A and B would both be that yellow, and it would be consistent with other properties around it. This is the 2022 Trails Master Plan. Again, take a look at parcels A and B. They're in white. The applicant did look at this master plan and incorporate trails connecting even with what's happening at Rose Farms and trails at Creekview. This is the 2021 Open Space Master Plan. The green arrows there show the approximate location, and it is in Greenway Corridor area, which the applicant is suggesting that they include that in their plan. The proposed development is north of the riparian area, and it is being preserved throughout this development. The area to be developed is not part of a focus area defined by the Open Space Master Plan. So this is the proposed neighborhood master plan. In the upper left-hand side, you see that small portion of the development that is on the east side of South Berthoud Parkway. It is just north of Trails at Creekview. Then moving on over to the larger image, you see a small portion that's nestled up next to the Trails at Creekview, and their access will be through Trails at Creekview. Then you have the larger portion of homes that is just south of Heritage Ridge. Access is proposed through Heritage Ridge. The parcels that are in that gold color to the east side, those are agricultural lots that are going to be incorporated. So the applicant did focus on housing diversity, and you can see some very large lots, some larger estate-ish lots, and then you also have some smaller clustered lots in the center there. So there are criteria for approval of a neighborhood master plan that is shown on this particular slide. This is also in your packets. There's annexation review criteria that's found in your packet, and it's on this slide. The zoning review criteria is on this slide, and then this particular slide is a condensed version of all three together if you want this to be up on the screen while you're doing your deliberation. And with that concludes staff's comments. I am available to answer any questions you might have on process or some questions that you have in general about the application. I do know that Alex Hoyme, the applicant, is here and has also prepared a presentation.
Thank you. Trustees, questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
If you could go into building footprint locations on the ag parcels and kind of the thought process behind those.
Certainly. So they're, I wish you could see the cursor. They're on the gold properties. You can see the boxes, and the intent was to remove those building envelopes from any flood hazard overlay area to keep them nestled away from that.
Thanks.
Other questions? Yes.
The residential portions, how far are they away from the actual stream bed of the Little Tubs?
I know they're at least 300, and they're 500.
Okay, that was my
Yep.
500 what?
500 feet.
They're not in the floodplain. That was answered. In the slides, the 69 acres of open space said conserved. Was that a technical term, or does that just mean not developed?
It means it will not be developed.
Okay, so it wasn't a technical term of conservation.
Correct. Yep, not yet.
In answer to that question as well, just for clarity, the town did submit an application to GOCO that the board approved. We received a grant award through Great Outdoors Colorado GOCO to help fund the preservation of a portion of this property, which we have under contract currently, and the Shaw Farm, which we closed on last year, if you'll recall. And both of those require legal conservation prior to the funds being released from GOCO.
Okay, thank you. And then I should know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it. What is the density limitations for county?
For the county, do you know what you could have?
I haven't considered the county.
All right. I will look that up for you while the applicant is making their presentation, and I will have an answer for you.
Do you mind going back a couple slides to the, it's just that item, keep going, I'm sorry, this one right here. With the A section, That's all listed there within the flood. That green is floodplain, right?
The green means conservation, that with the 2021 comprehensive plan, the town trustees envisioned that parcel to be conservation and not develop. The applicant did extensive ecological resource studies, and they'll have information for you on why they chose to propose that. And Planning Commission did find that their answer satisfied their concerns.
Thank you. Other questions for staff?
One more. Mine's along the same line as Trustee Ayers. So if we didn't annex this and we left it with the county, and right now you're saying that the aggregate all in is 0.98 units per acre. And so it would be very interesting to hear what the county's is, because if we don't annex, the county takes it over, then and it's 1 per acre, the county could approve it anyhow.
Correct. Yep. And I will find that out for you, Trustee Wing and Trustee Ayers. Another item in the county is they do not require developments to connect to our trail system or our open space system or other features in master plans. While we have a very old intergovernmental agreement with Larimer County, and I would like to believe that they would honor our requests, they don't have to.
How about water, sewer, and street when you have town versus county?
Yes, so if they were to develop on septic systems, that would be a different density on public water, and our town would have to make a decision if we want to serve them. They are within our district and our boundaries to serve.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, we'll turn it over to the applicant at this time.
Excuse me. Hi, my name's Alex Hoyme. I'm with HT Land Partners, address 2033 Cuda Court in Berthoud. The image you see in front of you is what this property would have looked like in about 1874 when Lewis Cross first came out here and started the town of Berthoud. He was one of the founding fathers. He started the town of Berthoud back in the 1870s. And I'll get into more of that historic aspect here soon. As I mentioned, I'm with HT Land Partners. We have a couple developments in town that I feel have been very welcomed by the town in just the general structure that we set that up. Also want to mention Tate & Associates. I've had the pleasure of working for Tate & Associates for 22 years. And they are very supportive of, they have a very entrepreneurial approach on things and very supportive with me on making the projects like this happen. So historical significance, sharp looking fellow there, Lewis Cross. This project is a tribute to Lewis Cross. He was the original homesteader of the land that we're looking at tonight, and one of the founding members, and by many is looked at as the initial settler that was critical in starting the town of Berthoud. So on this project, we weren't out searching for these properties to develop. Two members of the Wilson family, who are descendants of Lewis Cross, they reached out to me asking that we consider purchasing the land for development rather than going with some other options that had been presented to them by others. And so I was very honored by that proposal and worked with them to make that work. It started out as the owner of the larger parcel, and then the owner of the smaller parcel on the west kind of followed in requesting that we get involved in their property. All right, this is what the site looked like long ago, late 1800s, early 1900s. You can see there's a bridge there that was one of the original bridge crossings in the area that ended up turning into County Road 15A. And where that house on the right sits, the railroad ended up going through there. So that house no longer exists, but the house on the left is actually still on this site. And if you remember this fun history, the railroad was having issues stopping at the bottom of the hill here at Lewis Valley, and basically told the town that had been built up around this location that you either relocate where our train stop is, or we don't stop in Berthoud anymore. And so the townspeople decided that we want the train to stop here, and so decided to move the properties and structures that had been getting placed down in the valley up north 1.6 miles to the current location of town. Here's a rendering on the left of what that original first post office used to be, and that is the structure that is on the right. Lewis Cross had built this and resided in it, as well as had the post office operate out of that structure. And it's quite an interesting structure out there to kind of piece together the history. And then also the existing town livery, or the original town livery, was placed here both for the postal delivery riders to have their horses, get some rest and some hay, as well as gain supplies for the next leg of their trip, and travelers would be able to do the same. There's a few things we want to point out on this project that is also tied to our general mentality and how we approach things. There's no metro districts. I guess our approach on things structures what properties we are willing to develop to proceed in a manner that we can avoid the metro districts. These are three other projects that we have in the area. Also, Berthoud Lake Enclave is not shown on here. That was our original project, and all have been done successfully, or River Harvest and Berthoud Lake Enclave have been done successfully without metro districts. Another thing that's out there and clarified very clearly that our homes are not proposed in the floodway or the flood fringe. 100% of the structures that would be constructed on this property are outside of those limits that are set by FEMA. So just want to get that out there before we dive into the rest of the meat, as well as as Ann also alluded to. There's between 68 and 69 acres of open space and greenway that are a part of this project. And critical aspects of that, there's 43 acres of field area, and that field area is on an annual basis tilled up, flood irrigated. And then there's also 4 acres of fenced livestock area that will be converted into native area that will be within the town's control. And I'll get more into the details on the significance of that later, but those 3 items kind of want to set as the general approach that we had on this property. All right, so Ann mentioned a bit of this too. So we're seeking your approval, and sorry, my slide still says Planning Commission, but we're asking for the same stuff from you. Seeking town board's approval on the neighborhood master plan to give us and town staff a known direction of where to take these projects. And as you'll see, we have these broke into 3 different groupings that are separated by that greenway: Lewis Valley East, Lewis Valley Central, and Lewis Valley West. With that, we'll need you to annex the 104.7 acres that includes the 68.3 acres being acquired by the town of Berthoud, and the 36.4 acres of it's shown as developable area, but that also includes the non-buildable area in the ag lots, which gets into the next line of numbers. The rezoning, and these values slightly differ in that there's differences in what parts get annexed, because there's current annexation that goes along the right of way, and so if there's any discrepancy on numbers, I can fully explain those as well. But the rezoning is for 104.4 acres from rural residential 2 within the county to 26.62 acres of suburban residential and 77.77 acres of agriculture. And then there's a minor subdivision that's also being requested along with these to further subdivide all these sections, as well as split off that parcel that is a part of the town's greenway acquisition. So here we go with the neighborhood master plan. The acreages I mentioned earlier on the open space and greenway. There's 35 acres that are associated with that GOCO grant, and then 16 of the acres are dedication from HT land to the town. 4 acres of that would be required with our development area, with that 10% and the park based on the numbers. And then there's the remaining 17 acres was a contribution by the town for acquisition. On the development area, we've got 109 total proposed lots. Single family detached lots amount to 64 as front loaded lots, and then the single family detached lots are 31 as it relates to the rear loaded lots. And so the lots in the blue and the orange, kind of in that central cluster there, those are the alley loaded lots, as well as in the bottom middle, those blue ones are the alley loaded, and then the red are the front loaded lots. We also have, and these would also be considered single family detached, but they're categorized as small lots by the town based on the frontage width or square footage of the lot. There's 10 of those lots, which gives us 9%, which is over the 5% minimum on that lot type. And then the fourth, call it bonus lot type, are single family detached as well, but it's more of an agricultural use, and feel that those lots will have those areas were laid out to preserve the existing improvements that are in place from the 1800s. Along that south end of that gold area there. And then one other item that Ann didn't mention, because we've talked about removing this from the application, but I wanted to point it out because you probably see it in your planning commission approval or your planning commission recommendations. We had incorporated some higher density units, some multifamily units along the northern strip above Pasture Drive there. And that was a result of the collaboration that the town is having on getting more attainable options for incorporated into these projects. During the planning commission, there was opposition to having that happen. In talking with the staff and kind of knowing where we're sitting on who has interest in what here, we have opted to just remove that alternative from the project, and we will look for other opportunities to incorporate that more attainable housing in other projects. And so the density items on the bottom our lot sizes range from 0.08 acres to 3.9 acres, so quite a range there. And then behind the prompt there, there's 2.99 gross density units per acre, and there's 3.87 net density. And our calculations vary a little bit from what Ann put together. We based it on the gross and net, excluding the greenway. All right. So here's a chart that kind of compares the land uses versus what in the future land use map versus what is proposed in the project. So the total land use that's in the suburban residential is 31 acres. Our proposed project has 26 acres. We've categorized the center or the middle use separately. There are 2 acres within that buildable envelope that Anna was speaking to earlier. And so, whether you group that with the top amount or the bottom amount, we still, we're still falling within these ranges. And so, either you could consider this as 28 acres would be considered developable. And then the agricultural zoning, environmentally sensitive area, open space, and the non-buildable ag amounts to 76 acres compared to 73 in that future land use map. And so, project provides more area preserved for the greenway and floodway, and less of the development land proposed in that future land use map. All right, subdivision compliance. I mentioned the lot number and the housing types. 3 are required for our proposed, if you include the ag. We're dedicating an open space of approximately 4 times the town requirement to contribute to that town greenway. And then our pocket park elements that meet the town code requirements have been incorporated into the greenway and will contribute to more of a community element to use rather than just something that's focused on the neighborhood. We have multiple trail connections with the subdivisions surrounding us, and we kind of fall as a how we're seeing it, and what we're excited about is how this is a kind of missing puzzle piece on what the town has annexed and developed thus far. It creates a lot of utility and trail connections that fill in this gap. And then on the drainage side of things, as with development requirements, we will maintain historic drainage patterns and convey our stormwater after water quality is addressed to the Dry Creek and Little Thompson River. Here are the diversity types per that code there, showing compliance with the subdivision compliance requirements. The traffic and access considerations. I don't know if any of you have looked at the traffic study, but seldom will you find a assortment of intersections that are all level of service A, both before and after the project. With the housing that we're proposing funneling into 3 different areas, that really disperses that traffic. And on 5th Street, we have a minor collector coming down to us, which when we took initial steps into this process, that minor collector told us that the town of Berthoud wanted to get that across the river. And so that was originally proposed, but then in working with town staff and thinking through the further ramifications of that, we opted to remove that 5th Street crossing. And so 5th Street will dead end into this area permanently. Then Holy Cross Lane is a street that has not been constructed yet, but is with Trails at Creekview. We have proposed to connect into that, as well as the utilities there, to continue those on downstream. And then Berthoud Parkway is a major collector that has the Lewis Valley west connection. There's minimal impacts expected with continuation of these existing subdivisions. Berthoud Parkway and other traffic-related improvements have been addressed in the annexation agreements, and as we get towards final plat approval, will also be included in the development agreements. Irrigation, drainage, stormwater, pretty standard here. Irrigation flows that come through the site come through Dry Creek and the Little Thompson River. As mentioned earlier in the slides, we worked with the previous landowners to make sure that those irrigation waters were coming through. And once into the Dry Creek, they pass. Once the agricultural irrigation bypass flows are to the river, they just pass on down the river. Let's see, and the stormwater treatment and conveyance will be handled in a standard manner. Consistent architecture and housing diversity. With the Harvest project that we did, that project wouldn't be able to happen now because we're very, call it monotonous in how we approach that. A lot of quarter-acre lots, all front-loaded, single-family. The new town code requires the housing diversity, and I think that's a great addition. It kind of gives us a challenge to figure out how we're going to blend those housing types together And you can see on the top left there, would be an alley loaded product that would be on one of those narrower lots. And then the bottom right would be on a front loaded lot, one of those red ones that you saw on the map. Then the top right would be something that could exist on the agricultural lots. And then I would anticipate potentially an outbuilding or something at the back side of that lot. I think it wants to move. There we go. All right, pocket park and open space. I elaborated a little bit on this earlier. This kind of delineates how we're hitting those requirements. The items that are being included within that greenway area that will be funded by us as the developer would be the required features within the park, which includes electric and a various list of different amenities that the town wants to see in every park area. There'll be a soft surface trailhead with 7 parking spaces in one area of the greenway. There'll be enhanced natural areas that we will kind of plug in around our development to further buffer and give a kickstart to the future greenway plans that the town has. And then we have public art, as well as a second soft surface trailhead with parking spaces on another part of the greenway. The subdivision identity items are as followed. We're providing entryway monuments, enhanced fencing, preservation of existing trees, alley-loaded streets, pollinator gardens, and artwork. Here's a map primarily with the primary objective of showing the trail network. So I'll start on the west side. We will be continuing a trail from Rose Farm down Berthoud Parkway to hit the frontage of the Lewis Valley West area. Lewis Valley West will also provide a connection over to the Hillsdale Park area, which will provide some loops for walking trails. The trails at Creekview on the south, we've extended concept locations for their connections. If you look on the northeast corner of trails at Creekview, you'll see a trail in purple there. That differs from the trails at Creekview plan that was originally approved, but it utilizes an existing crossing that is currently used for ag use, but we will repurpose, or that will be repurposed for a trail to not have impact to that floodplain. And then you can see the red trail that we will connect to that extension from trails at Creekview, as well as another connection on the north there. And then as the trail from Heritage Ridge comes down 5th Street, the 5th Street, that red trail will continue down to the open space, and that gives the town the option to further extend that or just leave that open space as is. Just depends on what their overall vision is for that. And then also with the land being acquired by the town, we left a strip on the far east side that will allow a future connection under the railroad and under or across County Road 15 in order to facilitate that trail that is planned all the way from I-25 to 287. Here's a future land use map overlay. This shows a lot of information. So the light blue line is the flood fringe. The dark blue line is the floodway. We are 100% outside of the flood fringe and floodway throughout the entire project with the proposed housing. There are lots on Lewis Valley East, the ag lots that do extend into that flood zone. We have existing structures there. We're not wanting to just scrape the structures that were built back in the 1800s, and so we're looking to extend those ag lots to preserve those past improvements. This also shows, as you can see, on 3 different areas here. One up in the Heritage Ridge area. There's an area of that future land use map that extended into Heritage Ridge. They had performed a letter of map revision with FEMA to amend that floodplain and developed into that. We are not proposing any map revisions on the floodplain, but the lots and buildable area that we show on those ag lots and a couple of the the other lots are within that prior flood zone, but it is outside of the current flood zone. Similarly, on the west side, the floodplain or the flood fringe line, as you see there, extends along Dry Creek and does create quite an expansive passage for floodwaters, and also the lines that delineate here aren't just floodwaters coming through, but they're floodwaters that would back up or would have additional backup caused by the flooding of Little Thompson River. But as you can see, that Lewis Valley West area is outside of the floodplain, and we have done ecological review of that area, and as well as the additional surveys to confirm the burrowing owl does not exist in that area. Here's some floodplain and natural area considerations. The dark blue line, the dashed line, that is a 500-foot setback from the Little Thompson River. Not only does this kind of setback enhance the flood passage, but it also allows the wildlife corridor to remain quite open. 500 feet is quite substantial. And another thing to consider there, and I'll show some slides on this coming up, is how the field area would be different than a natural area that the town would be incorporating to preserve that wildlife corridor. Other offsets that you see here include the 150-foot buffer from natural areas shown in the light blue, as well as the varying other floodplain lines. Here we have an exhibit showing preliminary. It hasn't been approved through Great Outdoors Colorado yet, but this is what could and potentially should be expected by the easement that will be granted for conservation along this corridor. And maybe Chris can speak more to it, but there's different restrictions that the town will have along this easement area versus the other areas shown in that dotted blue. Here is a image, and that is not 100% showing up, but here's an image showing what's currently existing along the river. So there is a livestock fence. When we acquired the property, this fence was in place that is essentially 10 to 20 foot off of the stream bank that runs on the eastern end of Lewis Valley East area. So here's another shot of that. As you can imagine, the wildlife passage through this area is quite restricted currently based on this fence area. And here's another shot, shows the fence extending into the property. And then also, I'm a big supporter of agriculture, come from agriculture on both sides of my family. But I guess the thing to take in on this photo is how these field areas that go right down to the stream bed, they're constantly tilled up every year, replanted, and it goes through that cycle. Also, throughout the year, they're flood irrigated, which can have other effects on the river and wildlife passage, as well as different applications of fertilizer or pesticide on the area. This shows a comparison of this area. We put a dimension on that fence that we will be removing. The gold areas are existing areas that are dug up on an annual basis, and the red areas in this pre-development are the areas where the fences are. So you'll see as we transition into this phase, into the post-development, that area in green will no longer see that ag use of continually churning up the land and replanting. And then the only ag area that we have that will be able to be continued as that ag use is within those red and tan areas on the top right there. And then you also see the development areas that fall at the extents of that greenway. So we saw the picture of the field before, and now this gives you a concept visual on the natural area. The reason the heart balloon is up in the corner is I took this I took a picture of that I had from when we had that balloon lift off from the property, and incorporated what a natural area would look like with that scene. That silo is currently in the back, and we would anticipate some further growth around the Dry Creek corridor as seen by that row of trees and shrubs, and then other native plantings that would be incorporated. We did perform our ecological characterization study by Eric Berg. He is with Wildlands Consulting and is a Berthoud resident. Mr. Berg is here tonight to speak to things if there are any questions for him. Here are a few excerpts from his study there. No CPW high priority habitat areas mapped for the development area. No loss of wetland or riparian vegetation. Project construction would not result in habitat changes or habitat losses to important riparian wetland habitat areas along Dry Creek or Little Thompson River. The wildlife corridors along Dry Creek and Little Thompson River would remain intact after project construction as part of the larger open space greenway areas. The project was designed around that. And then the project is not expected to impact any federal listed or special status wildlife plant species. And then the bottom there shows that we did do the burrowing owl study with 3 surveys performed, and no evidence of the burrowing owl was found. I won't read through all these items, but laying out some mitigation items that will work with Wildlands Consulting and CPW to incorporate as we proceed through further design and ultimately construction, should we be approved tonight. These are recommendations that Colorado Parks and Wildlife made. We'll be accounting for things such as aquatic habitat serving the wildlife corridor, raptors and migratory birds, fencing, noxious weeds, native vegetation, glass collisions, and just incorporate living with wildlife and not feeding wildlife into HOA guidance and monitoring that as we're able. And then the following bullets acknowledge that the town and HT Land share CPW's goal to support these areas for wildlife continuing to pass through. So our community benefits are as such. No metro district, as I mentioned earlier. We feel this provides a significant benefit to homeowners. That the amount of tax that somebody has to pay within a metro district, as I'm sure many in this room know, is substantially more on an annual basis than a non-metro. We will maintain that consistent architecture and cleanliness of the area with our HOA management and architectural review committee. We've had great success working with Larimer County Sheriff on the flock safety cameras, and we'll actually this project set up quite well with the access points to incorporate those at the 3 locations that we access off-site. And then our impact to the school enrollment is approximately 46 students as relayed by Thompson School District. And so that is fairly limited on the full scope of everything that they're they're looking at for growth. Another thing that maybe isn't a standard item, but I guess being a resident, and this goes for both myself and my realtor Christine Torres. You're probably very familiar with her. This is a list of items that I've been heavily involved in over the past several years. The Berthoud Bash is coming up this weekend. Excited to attend that again. I'm a board member of the Habitat for Humanity. That is a great thing that we have a great momentum going on that, and look to continue that. Big supporter of Berthoud sports teams, Historical Society, which Christine is the president of, Turner Middle School, and the Bob Turner Classic, which is also coming up. And then I've done a number of Berthoud Elementary School presentations on various engineering and development items. One that I attended with Mayor Karsbeck there. And in addition to this, if you know Christine, she she constantly tells me she's not going to add another thing to her plate, but it keeps happening. So love having her on the team. All right, so that was the meat of it. As Ann had relayed, if the neighborhood master plan looks good to you, the rest of this is should make sense. So for annexation, we're contiguous, well over the 1/6 amount that's required. We're in the GMA of Berthoud. There's adequate utilities and infrastructure to serve this project. Minimized impacts to adjacent land uses, and consistent with the general intent of the comp plan and future land use map. Here is what the bulk of the annexation map looks like. Nothing too exciting, but it does show where these flood zones are, and also the town has already annexed the property on the Larimer County Road 17 or Berthoud Parkway area, but it has not annexed the County Road 15A on the far right, and so that is included with this. On the rezoning rationale, so rezoning from Larimer County's Rural Residential 2, which essentially incorporates residential and ag uses. And so it makes sense that we're rezoning that to suburban residential and agriculture. Lewis Valley East and Central align well with the 2021 future land use map. Lewis Valley West, the westerly acreage is outside of the floodplain and not deemed environmentally sensitive by studies performed. And then the project is compatible with surrounding zoning and land uses, and integrated with existing subdivisions adjacent to us that are Heritage Ridge, Trails at Creekview, and Legacy Park. Here is the zoning map. As you'll see, the suburban residential is well outside, or is outside of the floodplain and flood fringe. Here's a closer zoom of the west area, and then the east. Here's an overall that generally shows where that greenway is, conveniently in green. And then the suburban residential lots in yellow. And then the far right is that ag zoned area, or which is part of this minor subdivision. So this shows how those 6 lots would break up and the different acreages assigned to each. So we're respectfully requesting your approval on these 4 items. Open to answer any questions you have. Yep.
Questions?
Yeah, thank you. Just real quick, my understanding of metro districts is the developer buys the land, puts in the streets, the sidewalks, the lights, the water, the sewer, clubhouses, pools, floats a bond, the residents pay for it, doubles the property tax. You're not doing any of that, so are you paying for those things out of the sale of the lots, your streets and sidewalks, et cetera?
Correct. Yeah. Every all the infrastructure that we are putting in is compensated back to us by the purchase of those lots.
Great. Thank you very much.
Done at that point.
You're doing 4 times the open space that you required. Why?
Why not? I love the idea of the greenway, and we are proposing to incorporate that open space into the town area. We're putting our park amenities in there that are better used as a community in that regard. We do have stormwater elements that will be incorporated into that greenway as well, and are establishing an agreement with the town on how all that will lay out. And that will be further done as we go through prelim and final plat. But really the general concept is for us to have our open space directly abut the town's open space and be separated by this imaginary line. Just didn't make sense. It seemed like with what was going on with the greenway, it made sense to partner with the town, blend it together, pay for the improvements that would be required for our project, and this also allows the town to have 68 acres of land that they get to use for greenway and adjustment however they see fit. Should they come up with a plan for something to do on the greenway and our improvements, and we had kind of done our own 16 acres or had more development land and then had 4 acres, that overlap just gets awkward, and I think it's best if the town have full control.
Thank you. Director Johnson said that you're allowed to 14 to 21 units per acre, and yet you're doing 4.2 units per acre. Couldn't you make so much more profit if you put more houses on there?
If we put so many more houses out there, this room would be more packed than it already is. So, no, I feel that it is a good balance. It's representative of what is needed for the area, and the rumblings are fun to hear.
Back to that real quick. If we could keep our voices down, it's hard to concentrate over here.
Yes, is there a way to make more money with more density? Yes, but is that how Berthoud should be developed in this area? In my opinion, no.
Thank you. Just curious, the Overland Crossings River development you're doing, was that outside the growth management area? Is that why you didn't annex that into Berthoud?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then the building envelopes inside the agricultural lots, is that firm or can they be moved? I know they can't go into the floodplain, but could they be rearranged at all, or is that locked and loaded?
So we have laid out those to stay out of the floodplain. In my opinion, there wouldn't be a need to expand that. There could be, horse corrals and whatever extended into there, but having actual structures in the floodplain, I would not recommend.
I just want to thank you for taking the risk, investing millions of dollars. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah,
just
Trustee Brody. Sorry, just quick comment. Yeah,
we can keep it to questions right now, just for the sake of a public hearing.
Go ahead. Move on.
Thank you, Trustee Ayers.
Did you say that it was your intent to keep the historical structures intact?
Yes. So the historical structures will be left to either about a 3.5 acre lot, or we're open to the idea of this entire ag area being sold with the farmyard. If somebody approaches us with a great idea on how to preserve that and utilize it as part of the part of the town, and there's the president of the historical society has ideas around how that may be able to lay out. But those further discussions would happen at a later date. But we have no intentions of demolishing the existing structures.
My questions were related to history as well, and so I know one of the reviewing committees of this document was the Historical Society. Do they have specific asks of you guys regarding the historical preservation? This property is very sacred.
Yeah. So
they original homesteaders. I just want to know what they thought.
Correct. Yeah. So they did. They showed a great appreciation in the preservation approach that we're taking by leaving those structures on the ag lots. They pointed out that there may be foundations that exist surrounding that area We don't have any aerials from the 1800s, so we're not able to really dial in exactly where those are going to be. But we will continue to work with them as we take the next steps to further preserve anything worth preserving. So.
And is there any opportunity in the future for those properties to be available for public, like a museum style opportunity to visit?
We are open to those discussions. I'm not. I got a lot of hats, and I don't want to be a museum operator. But I would love to collaborate with any connections that are in this room or on this board that have thoughts on how we could preserve those existing structures and have them be a benefit to the overall town. I think that would be amazing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Mind going into why the West Lewis Farm, because on that map that Ann showed, it did have that as open space.
Right.
And then you're proposing it for development.
Right. Yeah. And so if you go into the future land use map, throughout the entire land use map as it relates to the floodplain, it follows the floodplain. Similarly, with Heritage Ridge, they modified the floodplain and developed up to that area. And we're developing on the Lewis Valley East, outside of the floodplain, and then on Lewis Valley West, outside of the floodplain. As I mentioned, we did do an ecological characterization study, deemed that area was not environmentally sensitive, in need of further open space or protection, and so we have laid that out as residential. As you can see from that chart that I laid out earlier, we're exceeding the amount of open space and greenway that was previously anticipated throughout this area, and we're under on the amount of development area, and so it seemed like furthering the buffer along the east and central and including that area on the west instead made a lot more sense.
And this would seem, interesting question, but this seems critical to your development to make this happen.
It is, yes.
And then you said, it's a very naive question, but 15A, is that you were saying that we're...
Oh, yeah, 15A ran on the west side of the railroad tracks and served this property. And during the flood, that bridge was washed out. The bridge abutments are still there, but the county has no interest in furthering the reconstruction of that. And so that right-of-way is being annexed and also dedicated to the town.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? To be clear right now, we have nothing proposed for a trail on the Little Thompson.
So we, as instructed by town staff, have excluded trails incorporated into the greenway area. I anticipate that the town will take that on themselves to determine where a trail would be appropriate and where it would not. But we have not incorporated a trail along there based on collaboration with the town staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I will open it up to the public. There is a sign-up list at the front there that folks, and if, just a reminder, if you could come to the front, state your name, and if you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And if we go over 3 minutes, I'll give you a reminder to, thank you.
And Mayor Karsbeck,
Yes.
if I may, I did some research. And in answer to Trustee Ayers and Trustee Wing, if this were to develop in unincorporated Larimer County, the density is 2 units an acre. So they could have 68 total units versus the 109 that are being proposed. So that delta is 41.
And that would be including all the floodplain stuff that they'd have to do the county.
Correct.
Anyways? Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, we will start out, and again, I apologize if I butcher names here. These look pretty straightforward. I'll start out with Sarah Evang.
First of all, I'd like to say I have terrible allergies. So I'm sorry if I start sneezing in the middle of this, but everything's blooming and it's killing me. My name is Sarah Avang, and I live not in Berthoud. I live at 1067 Glenview Drive, which is south of Berthoud. my concerns with all of this construction and everything, and I know you've done all these studies and everything, we have a very quiet valley down. We are in the floodplain, but with all of the new development that's going on, what's happening now is as it moves south, we're getting more and more traffic from the construction workers. And these guys are not driving slow. We have a nice, quiet neighborhood. I think the speed limit is supposed to be 40 miles an hour. But we have, as this stuff goes on, we're going to have not just more car traffic, we're going to have a lot more construction traffic. Which concerns me also is that the majority of these houses, I love Berthoud, but the majority of these houses are going to be, the people that live there are not going to be working in Berthoud, which means there's going to be more and more traffic on 287 going both directions. It doesn't handle the traffic as it is right now. So that's a concern for me in our little neighborhood down there, because not just because we live in a nice, beautiful rural area, but I mean, I stood out in my front lawn this last year and watched an elk bugle as he had his girlfriends across the road. You know, there is a lot of good-sized wildlife that's down there, not just the small stuff, the big stuff. And I'd like to see them protected as well. The higher traffic is not going to make it any easier for them. So I would like to know where I can find the traffic study for Berthoud. And I don't know where I can find that. So if anybody can point me in the right direction, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I'll answer all questions at the end that we can. Thank you very much. I'm taking notes. Appreciate that. Michael Patrick?
Hello again.
Hello.
Got 3 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
I think the only thing that I would say in general is that it would be an encouraging sign for you folks to get the kind of information that we're talking about tonight. In particular, in my view, the issues that relate to the wildlife corridor along the Little Thompson out to the general public so that you could get some input from them. What I was saying when I finished my 3 minutes last time was not to castigate you, but simply to say, I think that you really need a focus on information to your constituents and some means of achieving buy-in from them on a whole range of these rather significant, rather large changes to the community. And the only other thing that I wanted to ask the applicant was to explain, if you could take a few minutes, the issues with the width of the corridor along the Little Thompson. The wildlife corridors, I think the normal areas are a minimum of 300 and sometimes, depending on who you ask, up to 600 or more feet or yards. And at the right side of the diagrams that you provided, where the agriculture area is, the colors changed and narrowed very markedly at the end. And I'm just wondering what the width there is and how you anticipate that animals will get by your area and east from there. So with that, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Charlene June?
All right, I'll go ahead and start my timer. Thank you. My name is Charlene June. I live at 383 Mount Rainier Street in Heritage Ridge. During the March 26th meeting with the Board of Commissioners, developer Mr. Mark Hoyme, I may not have said that correctly, Alex I'm sorry. Can't even read my own writing. Stated that the proposed development will not be in the floodplain, and yet he then stated at that meeting that anyone who buys property in this development will be required to carry flood insurance. My question is, why would they be required to carry flood insurance? Is it due to the likely potential for this land to flood with its close proximity to the Little Thompson River and its low elevation, which Alex said would not be changed, and I believe that was restated again tonight. So how would building homes in this area that is known to be of a concern in regards to flooding be the right thing to propose and follow through with? To go through with plans to build homes on this land is to knowingly and willingly put other people's lives at risk and their well-being at risk. How would building, this is not being a good neighbor to the families who would be placed in harm's way in a location that has a high potential for flooding. As a child, I did experience flooding on our family's ranch. And there's nothing scarier than that. You are out of control. And luckily we were okay. We made it through. But I would like to ask that each of you please take this matter into serious consideration as to maybe using this land in a different way. For instance, this may be a great place to have a living history farm, like the one located on Highway 36 in Longmont, on the way to Lyons, or possibly a place for livestock owners to rent out paddocks for their livestock to open graze using regenerative grazing practices. It is lush there. It is beautiful right now. It's currently being used for horses. They're boarding there. That could also be an opportunity for this land to be used in a way that is wise and that is safe. So I'd just like to ask that you would just consider this, these concerns and what that means to future residents. I appreciate your time and being given the opportunity to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone speaking tonight. It's incredibly nerve-wracking, much more nerve-wracking than this side to be up there speaking. Get spaghetti legs every time I have to do it, so I have the utmost respect for you guys coming up and doing this. Dave Lilja?
Hi, everybody, trustees, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the time to speak. I'm Dave Lilja. I live at 451 Kansas Avenue. I'm a retired fireman, and public speaking has never been my niche. My public speaking experience is with like first and second graders, teaching them fire safety. So here we go. During the developer's proposal, I noticed at least over 20 times in different contexts, he used the word flood. Okay, so flood and housing development, to me that sends up a bit of a red flag. I don't know. For a century, that farmer's field was irrigated through flood irrigation because it's flat. And flood irrigation is where they release a bunch of water and the water spreads out over the entire surface. Speaking of floods, let's talk about probabilities. We've all heard of the term the 100-year flood. Well, what does that actually mean? So I looked up what that meant. The 100-year flood means that on any given year, there is a 1% chance of that area flooding. That doesn't seem like much, but over the term of a 30-year mortgage, that number goes up to 26%. That's not a risk that I would want to take. You guys are trustees, and trustee comes from the word trust, and trust is reliance on someone or something. And us berthed residents are looking to you guys, and we're relying on you guys to take care of this beautiful land that we have and maybe just pump the brakes a little bit on all of this growth. seems like it's a little bit out of control. So, anyways, that's about all I got. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Timothy Urich.
Good evening, Mayor Karspeck and members of the board. My name is Timothy Urich. I live at 560 Wagon Bend Road here in Berthoud. I'm a civil engineer by trade. Been doing it for years. I've worked on hundreds of projects here in Colorado and throughout the western United States. Listening to everyone here tonight and seeing the careful consideration they all are taking on this proposal, the hours that have gone in to preparing these documents by the staff and by professionals really means a lot. This isn't something that's just being haphazardly proposed. And I think one of the biggest things that the community and everyone can benefit from, because everyone's really interested, it seems like, in the growth and development of this great community here and ensuring that it occurs in a thoughtful and meaningful way, is just maybe think about new ways to educate everyone. I go to local festivals here between Loveland and Berthoud. Northern Water is here at festivals in Berthoud talking about the impacts of water and different things that go on. The city of Loveland has their engineers out at the Honeybee Festival and different things over the summer talking about erosion and different impacts that development can have if not properly mitigated. And it is a professional and a developer's responsibility to be a steward of the environment and mitigate these developments. So I think more education is important. And if the town has any way to do some additional workshops with staff and engage the community, I think it could go a long way. And I think it'd bring us together. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Rick Wasmuth. Hope I didn't butcher it that bad. Is there a Rick in the? Okay, we'll move on. Okay, we'll move on. Kendall Carroll.
Get my timer. My name is Kendall Carroll, and I live at 417 Kansas Avenue. I moved to Berthoud in 2021, and for the past 4 years, I've been fortunate enough to have the Wilson Farm and the Little Thompson Corridor right outside my backyard. That land isn't just a view, it's the reason many of us chose to call Berthoud home. I have multiple concerns about this development, but since I only have 3 minutes, I'm going to name a few. Berthoud is known as the garden spot of Colorado. You see it when you drive in. That name is a point of pride, at least it is for me. It's rooted in our agricultural heritage and the open land that defines this town's character. So I have to ask, if the town of Berthoud is truly committed to protecting its culture and history and open space, why are we turning so many remaining pieces of green space into developments? This project is not a necessity. Berthoud has already seen an extraordinary amount of growth. To date, the town has approved multiple new developments. Not one has been denied according to your development plan or your map online. We currently have underway or approved Farmstead with 285 homes, Farmstead Apartments with 252 units, Harvest 47 with 29 lots, Village at Rose Farm, Hammond 6 subdivision with 56 lots, Vantage 7th, and River Trails. That does not include the Revere development. That is an enormous amount of development, and it's already straining our infrastructure, our roads, and our small town feel. This now brings me to the Wilson family. One of the oldest families in Berthoud, having owned their land, this land, since Berthoud was established as a town, since before Berthoud was established as a town. They were some of the most genuine, down-to-earth, and likable people. Over the years, we were lucky enough to get to know them as neighbors and friends. It was clear to us when we decided to purchase our home that they had no desire to sell this land, and they would not support its development for housing. I want to be clear. Although they sold this land, I don't believe they would support this. On the day the Wilsons decided to sell, they came to us and talked to us as neighbors and friends about how much this land meant to them and how distraught they were with, one, the way it was handled, and two, the direction of the town. They felt pushed out. They felt pushed out of their family home that they helped build, and they felt pushed out of the land that had been in their family for generations. And how could they not when our town's 2021 comprehensive plan showed their land with a road in it with future land use as residential, without any discussion with them, without their consent, and without any consideration for their historical land. They didn't choose to leave. That plan made that choice for them. I know that on paper, this development checks all of your boxes, but I'm asking the board to actually listen to the people and take an honest look outside of the paper and outside of the box. Spend some time soaking in that land, that view, the wildlife, and all the families that enjoy the path and the space, and see that we don't want to destroy this piece of land, nor do we need to. Please consider the realistic impact this development will have on this community and ask yourself if it is truly a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Folks, if we could refrain from any kind of clapping or boos, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Clapping. Let's see here. D. Davis.
Got to get my glasses on here. Good evening. My name is Dee Davis. I live at 1300 Westport Loop. I've been a Berthoud resident since 2021, and I build things for a living. I'm a construction manager. I own a construction management firm. I'm also a sustainability expert, which those two things kind of conflict sometimes. I can assure you that construction always results in habitat loss and disruption for area wildlife, feeding, migration, and habitat. So I want to be very clear about the claims that that might not happen. I've seen it happen on every single solitary construction site that I have done in 30 years. Tonight we've talked about the Sustainability Action Plan. We've talked about water conservation and flooding. We've talked a lot about flooding. Both drought and floods can happen when we have the sustainability issues that we have and the climate issues that we currently have. Both of those things are huge concerns. How much water we're using, how much rainfall and snowfall we're getting or not getting. We currently have many builders building in town. Thank you for listing off all of those. I'm terrible at remembering the names of all the neighborhoods. We have 3 major residential construction sites going on right now throughout Berthoud. We have water restrictions and significantly rising energy costs. I did an assessment on my own energy bill in the last 12 months, and it's gone up over 40%. And I know that the rest of you are seeing the same thing. Our schools are getting crowded. I don't know where that number came from with 46 students or whatever it was. It's going to be way more than that with 100 houses. Our roads are getting busy. Traffic is a serious concern for all of us. And we're pushing forward and adding a pool, which I can't even tell you how much that hurts my heart right now. I know the town is screaming for a big public pool. This is absolutely the wrong time to do that, but we're doing it anyway. We've got to take a look at the whole picture. Putting in more houses right now is not only unnecessary, it is absolutely going to strain our water system. I don't think this is the right choice right now at any density. And just because we can, I don't think that means that we should. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Jessica Hansen.
My name is Jessica Hansen. I live at 491 Kansas Avenue. I'm speaking alongside the growing concerns of the current plans for this Lewis Valley development. It's a congestion issue on the grounds of safety, enjoyment for the people of Berthoud, and disruption of the natural eco-landscape. First of all, if the neighborhood is built, you will have a bottleneck effect going up 5th Street out of Heritage Ridge. I apologize. I did not see where that Holy Cross Lane is planned for, But if you've seen Fifth Street when kids are trying to get to Ivy Stockwell in the winter, the line of cars goes straight through Heritage Ridge and down through the neighborhood. Not to mention that Ivy is planning on expanding. Did you notice that there is only one road exiting that neighborhood? And you're building an extra 109 units. What if the 100-year flood happens or a massive wildfire, as we saw with Marshall and Alexander fires? Just to think of it. Secondly, the farm is a spectator for those walking the path behind Heritage Ridge. I can't begin to tell you the number of people who don't even live in the Heritage Ridge neighborhood that stop at the farm entrance to take pictures of the natural landscape and the grand view of the mountains. Sure, you may be able to see some views from other parts of the trail, but not like that vantage point. You put a narrow line of congested houses on that path, and mind you that they will be bringing in dirt in order to raise the ground level of those lots, since we are sitting on a water table. Currently, my street is, of course. So raising that in order to be above the water table, the view is going to be gone. I can tell you that people would rather look at foxes, hawks, elk roaming in the field, which they have been hosted on that farm for years. They would rather watch horses training for carriage rides and hot air balloons making grand landings and looking up and seeing a row of houses. Not to mention, when those houses go up and there's only a tiny strip of trail across the Little Thompson River left, you will push the migrating mammals away, as previously mentioned, disrupting the eco-landscape. I would like to see Berthoud consider more animal preservations similar to the Carolyn Holmberg Preserve at Rock Creek Farm and Broomfield, where people can enjoy the natural landscape and respect the wildlife surrounding it. Lastly, I understand this development upon our wishes may move forward after this meeting, but I do want to caution that we are destroying the reason people move to Berthoud, to get away from the congestion and the hustle and bustle of big town suburbs. So I would like to give people a reason to come to Berthoud other than housing. And you say you're a great supporter of preserving history and agriculture, so why not use it to preserve more of that historic garden spot name of Berthoud that it's known for? Why not leave it for more divided agricultural use? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Julian Schmidt.
Good evening. I am Julian Schmidt. I live on 417 Kansas Avenue. All right, I'm going to start my timer. All right. My fellow Berthoudians have done an excellent job outlining the problems we face as a community, especially as it pertains to the Lewis Valley development. So let me be clear. I am here to discuss the unchecked growth, expansion, and development of Berthoud. However, I want to share my personal experience to add some perspective, because maybe you haven't even considered the real impact of what you're proposing. I am lucky enough to interact with this space and its wildlife on a daily basis. My office window faces the Little Thompson River, and I walk my dog along the path every day. The ecological report tells the story of a diverse ecosystem that thrives on the land in consideration for development. However, if you don't see or interact with this land, this may not even be tangible to you. You may just see words on paper, and not the living, breathing, and thriving ecosystem that calls this corridor home. I do. I see the hawks, the deer, the great horned owls, the red foxes. At night, I hear the screech of the barn owls as they glide throughout the night sky. I hear the howling and the barking of the coyotes as they patrol the land. These aren't just barren fields waiting for you to develop riverfront property. There is a plethora of natural life that relies on this corridor, and to be honest, I'm fascinated and captivated by it every day. Many times throughout the year, even just last week, the Thompson Valley corridor offers its most spectacular residents, the elk. These magnificent, beautiful creatures wander along the river and take up residence to graze the banks and surrounding fields. Now imagine, people come from all over the country, all over the world even, to see the incredible wildlife that Colorado has to offer, and we are lucky enough to have them frequent the natural habitats of our town. Do we really want to jeopardize that and let these animals down? We are the stewards, the caretakers, the guardians of this land, of this ecosystem, and these animals. Do we really want to pack another 109 housing units into this important ecological corridor? What we really should be doing tonight is trying to establish this as open space and protect this essential habitat. Again, I want to be clear. I'm not standing here tonight as a disgruntled resident advocating for my little piece of Berthoud to remain intact. I'm standing here tonight advocating for the whole of Berthoud to remain intact and live by the foundation and principles that make Berthoud such a unique and special place along the Front Range. Now, I know my time's coming to an end, but I want to say one final word to the community. We have spoken, and our voices are being heard. This may be even more important than the 1A, 3A vote, as the Lewis Valley development brings higher density housing and the possible destruction of one of Berthoud's most prominent and essential ecological habitats. This is not the type of growth we want, nor is it the type of growth we will stand for. I implore you, the residents of this amazing community, to let the town know that holding onto our identity is more important than satiating this rampant development of our land.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
And thank you. I appreciate you letting me go over 3 minutes.
Charlotte Rowe?
My name is Charlotte Rowe. We live at 1621 South County Road 13 in Berthoud, and I want to support a lot of the statements that were made from the citizens tonight. When my husband and I moved here in 2013, Berthoud was surrounded by farmland. And now when I mention where we live to people in other towns along the Front Range, what I hear is, oh, that's the place that's being overtaken by development. I want to speak for the river. The Little Thompson River is a gem. It is extremely unusual in Colorado. It is the only river that does not follow a major highway. It has incredible sensitive, threatened, and some very threatened species. I wanted to compliment the developer for the studies that he did and for a lot of the issues that were brought up by staff until I listened to you tonight. And I'm very disappointed because what I hear is, oh, this is agricultural land and the fence is already going along it down to the river. The wildlife can't move. They move. Wildlife do not recognize fencing. They move, and the people who live along this corridor know the incredible big game migration that takes place, know all the animals and birds. And we're not even talking about the invisible one, the fungi, the living systems that will be disrupted by this development. We have to recognize this. So to talk about moving to annexation because it's a way to control this better is ridiculous. Annexation means the county can't get into it. Well, Larimer County has much better codes about protecting floodplains. And I know when this development was first proposed, it did include affordable housing, attainable housing. Berthoud needs a whole lot more diversity in housing. I'd really love to see the trustees work on that. But it's no surprise to me that that was taken out of the plan because insurers, we can say what we want about insurers, they're not stupid. And the insurance that any new residents would have to pay would be exorbitant, would take them way out of affordable housing. So I do want to ask the trustees to stop, look what you're doing, take a pause, listen to the citizens, listen to the wildlife. We're here because their voices can't be heard. And that wildlife, 4% is what's left of river habitat in Colorado.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe.
90% of the habitat depends on it, of
Thank you very
wildlife
much.
depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking that. Brandon Jones?
Hello, I'm Brandon Jones. I live at 401 Kansas Avenue. I spoke to Alex a little bit ago in the last meeting. I like a lot of what he's proposing from a development standpoint. I like the trails because I have access to them in the future. But I tell you, the property's unique. That property, it's a fishbowl. If you've ever been down there, you drive all the way down to 5th Street and you come to the end of it. And if you look over to where 15 was, where the bridge had washed out, the railroads produced a dike. It's like a reservoir. So if that bridge ever chokes up through debris, sticks, whatever, that thing's going to fill right up real quick. And I don't think you can see that on a FEMA map, or you can't see it on a site plan. You actually have to go there and walk and see it. That would be my only concern about that property. All the FEMA maps were drawn based on, a normal flow of water. But there's only one place for that water to go through in that bridge. If that chokes up, there's no other spillways around it. So at that point, you'd have a real mess on your hands. And they're not going to want to sue me or the neighbors. They're going to want to sue you guys and the town and the developer and the realtor for general purpose. So these things need to be thought out in detail before you go ahead and make that decision. Thanks.
Thank you. Jason Hepp?
If I could, Mayor Karspeck, move to continue the meeting to its conclusion.
Is there a second?
Ms. Trustee Ayers. I
Oh,
believe.
Trustee Ayers, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you.
Does that mean I still get a chance to?
You still get a chance, yeah. We didn't just
Okay,
shut
good.
the meeting off at 9:30.
They're waiting for you.
All right, Jason Hepp, excuse me, 528 A Street here in Berthoud, Colorado. And I actually like to start off tonight by just saying how incredibly grateful I am to the Berthoud community for inviting my family here 14 years ago, and for, helping us to raise our kids within this community. And I'm sure that many of you sitting here in the audience tonight also have had the opportunity to be welcomed into this community. And for most of us, our houses didn't exist at one point in time. And the second thing that I'm very, very grateful for is ultimately that we have a local developer that is here willing to share his knowledge, his expertise, and most importantly, his care for this community. I've had the opportunity to be in the development business also for a long time. And when I'm listening to the presentation, I'm seeing all the work and the effort that's gone in. I'm also recognizing how against the conventional development wisdom the project really is. And I think what I'm seeing from my seat is a lot of thought put into preserving what we really do care about, because the amount of open space in this corridor and the thoughtful design of the development, I think, really serves to protect what we all care about the most. And I'm really grateful for that. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is I have kids, and part of my dream is for them to be able to come back and to move into this community someday. And I'm actually really concerned that within this community, we don't have housing diversity that supports the bookends, right? And I'm also thinking about our local business owners, especially the hospitality spaces that we all want, right? To support the vibrant downtown that we all want. And I feel like we really need to have these types of projects that not just welcome, people that are, able to afford a really expensive, really nice custom house, but people that actually are the people that work in these local businesses that we want. So So I'm going against the grain a little bit tonight, but I recognize and I appreciate the thoughtful consideration that is really put into, defying like the conventional development wisdom and really trying to put a project here in this community that is a reflective of what's really important. And I'm grateful for that.
Thank you. Justin, Radar.
Good evening, Justin Raditz.
Yeah, man, sorry.
Hey, close enough.
No, I see the T and the Z now. All right, it's on me.
827 Greenwood Drive in Hillsdale. We've lived there for the last 13 years. So we're about a block away from this subject project. And now we've got 5 kids, so we're a bona fide family and really embedded in the community. And I just want to point out a couple of things. First of all, I need to say there's some serendipities with a new development coming in. We got new families, right? And a lot of these are going to have families with kids. And as my wife would say, stranger's just a friend you haven't met yet, right? So I know a little cheesy, but really interesting to have new families there. I also wanted to compare it to our neighborhood. So our neighborhood was developed in 1997. So between it, Rose Farms, and Heritage Ridge, we're kind of the old heads, right? We're kind of the seniors there. Those 2 developments are much, much more recent. And when you look at the densities of our collective communities, what the applicant's proposing right now is really much less dense. I know if you extract the open space, the numbers don't appear to read that, but actually if you look at the development whole, which is a developable parcel, the density is actually quite a bit lower than what we're experiencing in our homes. And, I just wanted to point out that if he wanted to, he could have developed these into, larger lots. But I think the other side of the coin that we're really missing from this particular proposal is not necessarily the housing that might impede something, but rather the open space that we're going to be gaining because of this. This land could have been retained as private use. Again, he could have developed larger lots. Those could be fenced off, and now there's no access to it. But rather, he's contributing 70 acres of this project over to the town, which the town can use that as a canvas to do anything they want to, just enrich the community a little bit. And we'd be direct beneficiaries of that, again, being about a block away. So appreciate you guys listening to me, and best wishes on your vote. Thanks.
Thank you for everyone who spoke up tonight. No matter how the board feels, very much appreciated you guys coming out and voicing your thoughts on all this. That concludes our public comments. We'll bring it back to the board. There is an opportunity for the applicant to rebuttal. Some of these were questions directed at the applicant, so yeah, if you'd like.
Sure, thank you. I don't like the word rebuttal, but I would like to just kind of elaborate on some of the concerns that were brought up. I think it was Sarah that stood up originally. Is that right? Yeah. She had traffic concerns on traffic. We have done a detailed traffic study and I've worked on a lot of projects as a consultant, and I don't know if I've ever seen a traffic study that has a level of service so high on all the intersections that we're impacting, both in the existing state and the future state. And so I feel confident that we're a minor aspect of that. And then the large wildlife. I guess my response to that is similar to what Mr. Raditz relayed. Is I think on the wildlife corridor that we're providing to further open up, and I know there was a comment on the fence not being a restriction, but be that as it may, I feel that fence does restrict. We're opening that up. We're allowing this open area to continue to convey this wildlife in that manner. Then we got Michael Patrick, also had a wildlife corridor. I'll revert to my previous on that. He did speak to some more education for the community. Wanted to point out, and maybe one of you all were about to point this out too, that the town did hold open space, open house to kind of collaborate on these different approaches that the town has to open space. I was in attendance of that and felt it was a very good conversation just to further educate and inform people of what steps the town is taking. He was asking on width of the wildlife corridor, with the Little Thompson and the aquatic species that are within that stream bed. There is a 500-foot offset from the Little Thompson River, and that was shown on our slides, and we are maintaining that 500-foot setback. And Mr. Patrick also had a question on the pinch point, and I would love to alleviate that, but we're trying to cover a lot of different aspects with our project. We've got wildlife, we've got floodplain, we've got historic features, and so the preservation of those existing structures essentially is what creates that pinch point. And so I guess in approaching that, we feel we're balancing it the best we can on what green space that we're dedicating to the town, and what area is being preserved for those 1870s structures. All right, Charlene June had brought up that I had mentioned something in regards to needing flood insurance on a property. I do recall, I think I know what she's getting at. The existing structures that are on that ag lot, they are in the flood zone, and so those existing ag lots do require flood insurance. And we have some thoughts on how to eliminate that burden or the insurance burden. We can't move the homes out of the floodplain, but there's different evaluation on how we can create a separate lot to put any future improvements on and keep that lot separate, just to if there is financing associated with it, put it on the adjacent lot. Anyway, that is where the flood insurance was brought up in that prior meeting. The concerns on flooding, and a lot of these responses are going to address future ones as well, so as I get down the list, should be going a little quicker. But the area outside of that 100-year flood fringe line, we do we are planning to raise that area. It both enhances drainage of the area and further reduces the flood risk of that area. Obviously, there's 100-year floods. There's frequencies above 100 years, but the 100-year is what we designed to, and then we further ensure that we buffer ourselves and protect ourselves as it makes sense on the area outside that 100-year flood line. Ms. June pointed out that there's boarding currently on the ag lots. Just that resident has opted to purchase another property, and we'll be moving those horses. But if anybody has any interest in using that property for its ag purposes, we fully encourage that. And boarding would be supported by us and by the HOA documents that we'll be further refining as we get to preliminary plat. Mr. Lilja, he spoke a lot on the flood concerns and its concerns on growth. I can speak to the flood concerns. It aligns with what I had relayed earlier, in that we are regrading that area outside of the floodplain to bring it up not only above that 100-year line, but much of it above the higher frequency storms. Appreciate Mr. Urick's mentioning of education to the community. I would fully support that, and would love to assist with that in any way I can. I think Rich Wasmuth did not speak. Kendall Carroll. I guess she had some perspective that she relayed on it, us being a garden spot, and it's not a necessity, as well as knowing the Wilsons and that they felt pushed out. I can speak to the feeling that they would have relayed as pushed out. The development that came in to the north of them, Heritage Ridge, took some actions that kind of further pinched their operation, and that was one way that they relayed to me that they felt they were getting pushed out long before we ever had a conversation. But they did come to us asking us to develop it instead of their other options, and yeah, that is a conversation that started this entire project. Dee Davis spoke on her construction manager experience, and I think many of the items that she had on the habitat loss. Are there habitats within a development area that get lost? Yes. Do we need to look at what the full impact is of everything put together? I feel that's important, and I feel the area in which we're enhancing the natural area and that natural corridor, as opposed to that being a agricultural use continued, I think is very critical. She talked about water restrictions, students at TSD. We did get the student numbers directly from Thompson School District based on the types of housing that we're proposing. And they've, believe it or not, actually seen less than what they forecasted with the growth that has happened. I anticipate some of that increase in students will happen eventually, but it has stayed below the limits that they were expecting with the development proposals and approvals that were in place years ago. I was also heavily involved in the last two passing bond measures, personally, more than on the development side. And my kids also go to Berthoud schools. Roads have definitely been evaluated, and we are dedicating water for, the town requires dedication of CBT or other cash in lieu water payments to further enhance, or I feel that further enhances the water pool, where if we have a bigger pool to pull from, it gives us more flexibility in the years ahead. Jessica Hansen, let's see, had concerns on safety, ecology, and traffic. I mentioned the traffic earlier, as well as the ecology. Safety, I'm not 100% sure what she was getting at. I think it was in regards to the traffic. But as I mentioned earlier, we have that study that shows adequate service. In regards to the access, even though it is not a primary access, we do have secondary egress with the plan in place. Let's see, concerns on views. I have nothing to speak to on that. Let's see. And then she had a request that we preserve this as ag, and as another resident pointed out, if we were to take a large lot approach on this subdivision, that does essentially transfer what would potentially be this greenway for the town into a agricultural lot through the county, and I don't feel that's the right approach for this. And as I mentioned earlier, I have not looked into what we could do with the county because I am committed to Berthoud. Julian Schmidt had concerns on unchecked growth. I'll let the town speak to that. Concerns on wildlife on that. I think, like I mentioned earlier, I think we need to focus on the 68 acres of greenway that is a part of this proposal. And also in that 60 acres, taking the approach, or the town has the approach to fully convert that back to a native area, as opposed to the 40 some acres of constantly tilled and and flooded irrigated land. Charlotte Row also had the concerns of the town being overtaken by development. And mentioned that this Little Thompson corridor does not have a major highway along it. We're not proposing a major highway. As I mentioned earlier, we had offered the opportunity of extending Fifth Street across, as it seemed that was a town approach based on Fifth Street being so large. But further coordination changed our direction on that. She had the comment on the fence in the migratory movement not having an impact by the fence, but I would respectfully disagree on that. And then I am more than willing to put the affordable or attainable housing option back in there as that alternative or that alternate that we had. I am not objecting to that at all. We pulled that due to the pushback that we had from the adjacent neighborhood. But if the town board, based on Charlotte's request for more affordable housing, would like that put back in, I'm not gonna object. But the most likely alternative of the path ahead is that being single family. Let's see, Brandon. I mentioned he had the approach or the thought of this being a fishbowl and mentioned the railroad being a restriction. I'm familiar with what he's speaking to, and after the flood of 2013, the railroad came in and they raised that railroad to a much higher level and also opened up the pathway underneath. That was a significant restriction that caused damage further upstream and ultimately downstream when that bridge was when that bridge passed through. And so I would argue that the flood maps do account for that modification that the railroad did. Thankful for both Jason Hepp's comments. I guess he mentioned that we have an unconventional approach to this, and maybe we do, but I think it's the right approach for what all factors are playing into this. And on Justin's points, I'm excited to provide the town a canvas for future expansion of that greenway and those improvements. So, thank you.
And then general questions, Administrator Kirk, where can we find the overall a town traffic study? And we're actually underway with one right now. Is that correct?
So the town's comprehensive plan has a future traffic map that identifies major collectors and arterials and which roadways we think based on those development plans will need to be expanded in the future, and which categories of roadways they should be based on the comprehensive land use plan. We are underway on a larger, more granular townwide traffic model right now that should be done just in the next couple of months. That will give us additional data in a more global view than we often get with a development-specific traffic plan. Now, development-specific traffic studies do look at lots of adjacent properties and adjacent intersections, and even out into the community that are in roads and intersections that are not immediately adjacent to that development. But we will have the ability to kind of look at it on a more global scale when we finish that traffic model.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's what we have for my questions. We'll start off with individual. Trustee Wynn?
May I ask Mr. one question? Is what you paid for that property public knowledge? Is it? Could someone go find it in the records?
What we paid for the overall property is on public records.
Would you mind telling us what that is?
I will have you all go.
Okay.
Go search for that.
There was a method to my madness, but
Sure.
I can appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, let's.
I have a couple questions.
Yes,
too,
please.
based on
Follow up
some
any
of the
other questions.
comments.
Trustee Ayers.
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. Yeah. Could you clarify, based on the slides that you presented today, what your proposal for the additional attainable housing was? I think you said it was in that northern row.
Sure.
Single family.
Yeah, let me. All right, I'll just go with this one. So the in the neighborhood master plan, it's hard to see on the slide, but there's an asterisk by all the lots on the top of the Lewis Valley East area, and so those are shown in the neighborhood master plan as single-family detached, with the option of converting those to multifamily along that entire stretch. And what we had proposed along there are fourplexes, and there may be some opportunities to rotate some of those to be sixplexes. But fourplexes would run north-south with the front and back of the homes facing east and west, and it would alternate back and forth. I did initially prepare a exhibit that would show that, but with our kind of retraction of that element, we did not follow through with putting that in the packet. But we would have fourplexes and sixplexes that would have the garages incorporated into the structure, with some alleys and parking areas that would cut into that area north of the Pasture Drive, which is that east-west road that's the first intersection coming south of Fifth Street. South on Fifth Street.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
And then, Administrator Kirk, do you have any kind of time frame for Trails at Creekside?
No, that project was approved years ago. Excuse me, but they are not, as far as I know anyway, unless there's been some other conversations I haven't been party to, they're not actively. They could move forward with construction at any time, but they're not in that phase yet. And I don't have a timeline for when they intend to do that. I know that they've contacted us recently over the last few months, and then there's been some planning questions and things like that. But they haven't given us any timeline.
Right, thank you. I think those are the only two follow-up questions.
So were these going to be habitat homes? I thought this was a plan a while
So
ago.
we had entered into a Prop 123 grant process to incorporate habitat homes. That was not awarded, and so that isn't a part of the current plan. But I will, I'm a big proponent of habitat, and we will look for opportunities, and we've got some other opportunities in and around town to further Habitat's drive, which has increased significantly in the past couple of years.
And then, just to be clear here, on the County Road 17 here, Berthoud Parkway, there's two exits right at the bottom there.
Correct. Yeah. So we have 2 points of egress to those alley loaded, or that wrap those alley loaded lots, and then the cul-de-sac dead ends into that trailhead. And so that trailhead will serve as a community trailhead to access the greenway.
There's enough setback, just given that it's in a pretty bad location for looking left or right. There's enough setback that someone going out.
The street on the south is included in our packets as a right in, right out, and the full movement one would be further down the hill. But yes, that's a good observation, Mayor Karspeck, that south road would have restricted access.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions for Alex?
Just a quick follow-up as well. So I don't know if this is for staff or for you, Alex, but the 100-year floods did occur in Berthoud since I've been here. And I'm just wondering was there any experience with the Lewis farm flooding? Because that would be kind of some experiential knowledge from that flooding.
Yes.
Was there water on that property at that time?
There definitely was, and the floodplain that's shown represents the general discussion that I had with the property owners. And as was mentioned earlier, the debris that gathered under the old railroad bridge, which was ultimately removed and built much higher, did cause a significant portion of backup that made the this area flood to that extent. And the home, as shown in the map, the home did flood, and the barn was underwater as well.
And the dashed line, does that represent where that kind of flood?
Yeah,
the
so
floodplain moved based on that experience. Is
right.
that
So the dark blue dash line, that is our 500-foot setback from the Little Thompson River, and then the more thin dotted line, there's the floodway and the flood fringe, and so yeah, that's the area that we are staying out of with the proposed structures.
Got it. And then just real quick, the elevation difference between the meadow area versus the residential, do we have a ballpark on what those elevation differences are?
The proposed residential, yes, the residential area, it varies as far as it's a larger area, but between 3 and 6 foot higher than what is currently out there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
More questions?
Thank you.
You kind of partially re-answered the one on the insurance for flood insurance. You kind of clarified that as the farmland.
Yeah, so the
houses, they aren't going to be required. That's going to be an optional item.
So with how flood insurance works, the insurance companies have their kind of own guidelines that they look at, and there's a varying level of insurance premiums that are attributed to proximity to a floodplain and that type of thing, and so as far as the flood insurance requirement based on being in the floodplain, none of the proposed homes will have that. But as far as the variation of how insurance companies evaluate risk, that may have an impact on flood rates.
That the houses were optional or
yeah, so they're not
them to take it.
Right. They're not in the required flood insurance boundary of that 100-year flood fringe.
And just as a little bit of added context, excuse me, these flood maps were all updated post 2013 flood, and when they were, there's one property in the Hillsdale subdivision, one home, where the floodway extended into his backyard. Nowhere near the actual home or structure. The 2013 flood didn't touch his house, but the maps were updated conservatively based on all the resurveying, detailed flood information, all kinds of stuff. And the town was able to go out and do a survey to demonstrate that the difference in elevation was actually enough that flood water, even in the model, wouldn't touch his backyard. And so his insurance company said, you don't have to have flood insurance. But that's what prompted it. He said, hey, you guys changed the map. And my insurance company called me like a month and a half later and said, now you have to buy flood insurance. And we were able to demonstrate that it was, I think, if I recall correctly, it was something like a foot difference in elevation. And that was enough for the insurance company not to require him to have flood insurance.
Yeah,
it does matter where that 100-year flood boundary is.
Right.
Any more questions for applicant? Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
I have a question for staff. There's got to be a long-term plan for a crusher fine trail or something on Little Thompson there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you have an estimate of what we cost for a quarter mile or mile of?
It depends if we do a soft surface.
Yeah,
it could be depending on how much grading work needs to be done. Probably a $250,000. But it could be, if we do concrete, it's significantly more expensive. We may recommend to you that you do a combination of concrete and soft surface. Concrete with a parallel soft surface trail, which is pretty standard for our larger regional trails. So it may be both. We would expect that the part of why we haven't identified one yet is we're still having those conversations with Colorado Open Lands, who will be the ultimate conservation easement holder. Our intention is to preserve this area as natural open space, but also with a recreational component, so that we can have some public recreational uses. And we'll try to identify through that process where the right location for that trail is. We don't want it to be right up against the river, right, for obvious reasons. But we might have it kind of meander about through the property and have areas where it swings a little closer to the river and back out. And then we would expect it to cross roughly at the railroad bridge and then cross over to the south side of the river onto the Beefus farm that we purchased back in 2024 there on the east side of County Road 15.
Thanks. Thank you. Other questions? Final questions for staff? Yep. All right. Well, let's just go down the line here. Trustee Brody, interesting. I'll start with you because you start with your.
Yeah, no,
I'm sorry, Mayor Karspeck.
Yes.
I thank you, Clerk Samar, for reminding me. Staff received a number of emails after the packet was published, after our packet deadline. We have those printed here for you. Many of you were copied on those. They were sent to the Board of Trustees by the residents themselves, but we wanted to make sure that you had those copies as well.
And to speak further on that, we did receive those and made further elaborations on the material presented tonight to address the comments that came through those letters that came in over the weekend and even on Monday. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Trustee Brody?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo some of Trustee Wing's comments. I want to commend Mr. Hoyne for doing this without a metro district, because the metro districts contribute to our affordability problem. Also, the thoughtful way that he has really, this is a difficult property to develop, and I think he's done a really great job in the net win for the green area, open green spaces for the town. I think it's a great collaboration between private and public. But yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, at the end of the day, I think we see a lot less thought put into things and a lot more box checking potentially from other developers, where I think Mr. Hoyme's really worked hard to make this project work and address all the concerns of everybody. So,
yeah, Trustee Ayers?
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with that. I think a lot of work has been done to satisfy the compromise for the river corridor, going out of their way to increase the space between the proposed development and the river corridor. I think there was a large conversation in a few of our previous board meetings about increasing the 150-foot buffer to 300 feet, and that was exceeded in this development. The ag land on First Street, I think, is a good addition to these kinds of properties that hasn't really been done, to my knowledge, in really any of the other developments that have come before us recently. Once again, I think that goes towards the compromise of understanding the process and understanding the overarching goals and themes of the development code and the comprehensive plan. Something, I guess, that I am concerned about, but I don't know how to address it, is often, even tonight, there are comments and concerns about affordable housing and attainable housing, and yet throughout the process, the attempts to make affordable and attainable housing were censored by commenters and the general public, which I completely understand. But it's I think a little confusing to me to have an overarching need and an overarching wish for more attainable and affordable housing, but then when someone proposes a development to have those pieces of property that are affordable and attainable, then there's extra outcry on the actual production of those types of product. But I think to sort of, I guess, not necessarily replace those, but to incorporate the yellow small lots which would bring the overall housing cost down of those properties, and then to add the agricultural land, I think makes sense. Connecting with trails, they've done a good job of looking at the regional trail system and having this green space connect now South Berthoud Parkway to the Little Thompson, which connects to all of the eastern properties, with the town being able to conserve possibly those green spaces, I think makes that stretch from Berthoud Parkway now basically to the not quite to the water treatment plant, I think a huge connection on the border of the town. And I think that my overarching theme for my comments would be the idea that, you know, if the town continues to want to have connections and have open space, that compromises have to be made with the owners of these pieces of property to work with them to have a consistent theme, a consistent sense of connection between those properties, that if it were to go to county or just to ag land, there would be these gaps in that open space that wouldn't be able to be utilized by the residents of the town, that wouldn't be able to be utilized by the wildlife or conserved by Colorado open lands, that add, I think, a lot of value to an unrestricted corridor, which wouldn't necessarily be there without compromises and without working with developers in this kind of project. I had another note, but I can't remember what it was. So
I think we can go back to that. Trustee Albrecht?
I think this is a important piece of connecting the Little Thompson River corridor, and anytime a developer will work with the town to preserve land and conserve it, that's very exciting. They don't have to do that, and to take that extra step and strive to give something back to the community, to me is a sign of selflessness, in that they could make more money, and instead they're trying to give back to the community in a very permanent way. The dichotomy, I feel, is so bizarre, because as I listen to the community, I resonate with every single word that was said, and reminded of the beauty of Berthoud that I absolutely fell in love with. The wild open space, the beautiful views, the nature. It's why my family and I came here, and our first house was in the Hillsdale subdivision, and my kids grew up running around on that trail, and now it's very different. It looks very different even now with the growth. And so as you guys share, you know, my 20-something self is out there with you saying the same things, like how can we go back in time and make Berthoud last like that forever? But unfortunately, in this role, you realize that change is inevitable, and it's part of our region, and it's part of living and breathing in this community and in the northern Colorado area that is absolutely prized, is that it is growing and changing without our permission. And whether we like it or not, it's growing and changing, and we've seen so many developments come before us, and each one, to be honest, I personally grieve it, because I can't say no, because I have to honor the constitutional rights of every person. Every landowner, every developer has the same rights we have. Were the land ours, and we wanted to do what we wanted with it. That's the world that we live in, and it's a beautiful opportunity for somebody to sell their property, like the Wilson family, if that's what they want to do. And so as I grieve over the change, I also celebrate the changes that are positive, like the immense economic impact to our community, to go from almost bankrupt to now very viable and vibrant, and able to create parks and trails and recreation and welcome people to this community that I've absolutely fell in love with. Every house that each of us are living in was, it was farmland, and we did displace wildlife, and that is very sobering to me, that we are part of that problem. And how do we work together as a community to bridge that gap? That's the question I come up with. And for me, that land is so sacred. As the original homesteaders, I was part of the historical Berthoud Historical Society as one of the directors for many years, and the Lewis Cross family is sacred to me and that property. And so I'm so grateful to have a developer that's interested in preserving and not bulldozing something that's sacred. So thank you for even bringing that to us. My one ask, and this would be voluntary and something to consider, would be a way to preserve that historical property, the buildings, make it an active horse hoarding or some type of way that the public can interface with that property, because that hasn't been done yet, to my knowledge, that it's been open to the public. So something to that effect would be wonderful. That has to be voluntary. It's not something that you're required to do by any means, but that would be my one ask. And then just a reminder to the community that smart growth happens when we plan out these developments and have these conversations in this room. It can't be reactionary. And so if we can just work with what our current codes are or change them, that's going to create the smart growth that we're all asking for Berthoud to have. And then as far as increased community engagement on these projects, the town isn't initiating residential development. The board isn't initiating it. So we can't actually go out and solicit community input or excitement about it, because it's not something that we are producing to give to the community. We are essentially vetting out property owners and private owners who get to go through this process. So just be aware that we're not actually putting these forward. This is the public process. It is this room, and this is where we get to have that input. So just some educational opportunity, something I had to learn as well. And so I think I will leave it at that, and thank everybody for their amazing feedback.
Thank you. Trustee Wing.
Did Tim go?
No, I was going to go down
Okay,
the line.
sure.
Thanks, Brett.
Since my time on the board, we're kind of batting 1,000 on this. 100% of the time, the adjacent neighbors with new developments coming in have pushed back, and you think to yourself, you're one of those neighbors. You go, gee, I've got this open space, this beautiful view, and wildlife, or would I rather have all these houses? Right? So it's pretty easy, pretty simple to see kind of where the vast majority of people end up. Reminds me of the song, Pave Paradise and Put Up a Parking Lot, right? I mean, that's kind of the situation we're dealing with. Having said that, I concur with Trustee Brody and Trustee Ayers and Trustee Albrecht, and I continue to say that I have a great deal of trust in our Planning Commission. They vet this out. They take a lot of things into consideration, and then they make a recommendation to us, whether they recommend us approving something or not. And again, I respect those people. I know most of them, and put a lot of trust in what they say. That's it.
Thank you. Trustee Hardy?
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody that came out. I just want to let you know I did hear you, and you've been heard. But excuse you. Hope you're okay. But I thank you to come out, because it is tough to come out and speak in public. But I wanted to thank Alex. Where'd you go? Oh, there he is. Calling me for his contribution here, because I think usually, I would say your development got it backwards based on most other developers, because they like to come in and fill every square foot of land with houses and leave a little bit and call it open space. I'd like to look at the glass half full or half empty on this, and I think we should look at it half full, because we're actually regaining a lot of natural habitat. I don't think we're losing any. We're gaining a considerable amount, because what used to be tilled up and plowed and farmed and flooded, and pesticides and fertilizers and stuff put on it are going to come back and become natural. So I see it as a big plus win-win for wildlife, because that's going to become a nice big grazing area. I can envision for the herd of elk and the bears and the deer and the foxes that we come in. It's going to give them a better habitat, because they don't have to worry about their home being plowed under. And I think a lot of times the housing, you can always kind of tell the people that have moved to Berthoud recently, because they ask why planes are flying so low back and forth over their neighborhood, and why that farmer's up at 6 a.m. plowing their field. I've lived here all my life. I've seen this town change significantly. And by meaning all my life, if there was a hospital here, I would have been born here. But we had to go to Fort Collins for that. So, but no, I know the Wilson family, and not real well, but I've come cross paths with them growing up. But I think Alex Oney's done a good job on making this not a priority for homes. He's got to do something to kind of get his reinvestment back on the property. But you look at the property, the majority of it's going to be just a wide open space for all that wildlife that everybody wants. So I think everybody that came here tonight requesting that we keep this wild and open, I think you're going to get that. Granted, there's going to be some homes built in there, but I think we're going to get that because even with all the growth that we've had south of Mountain Avenue, because to me, before that, the only thing that was south of Mountain Avenue for me was a farmhouse and the old Bertha Pool. Lots changed since then, and yet we still have elk and bear crossing Mountain Avenue. So I still think we have our small charm. But I'd have to respectfully disagree that this development, go through. I mean, how am I trying to word that? I agree that this could go through because I think he's making a minimal impact as possible, and to reinvest his money, and he's putting it back into the community. So I would agree that we're getting something better out of this than nothing that's going to be maintained at all. So,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I would like to thank all the citizens for their input here. I think you all spoke loud and clear last week with the election. I think you're speaking loud and clear here. I'd like to thank the applicant for taking on the environmental assessment. That was very appreciated. Also mentioning the fact that the intent is to pursue no metro district for this, I thought was very thoughtful. Again, I really appreciate the negotiations on the floodplain with the town, and then most of all at this meeting, just replying to the residents and their concerns. So I really appreciate all those steps. As I evaluate this, I think it's important that our board takes community input into account with staff and the applicant. I haven't really heard the criteria discussed here, but I'd like to discuss that because I don't believe this development does meet the criteria currently. And the point that I'd like to make, and this follows the neighborhood master plan, as well as the annexation criteria, tackling the neighborhood master plan, I think due to the suburban residential development proposed.
Can I just interrupt real quick? Clerk, can we pull this up? Clerk, can we pull up the criteria? We have a slide for it.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. Referencing the neighborhood master plan, referencing what would be referred to as Parcel A or Lewis Valley West, I don't believe this meets point 1 of our criteria, which specifies the following. The land use mix within the project conforms to the Berthoud zoning district map and the comprehensive plan preferred land use map and furthers the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. Now, that parcel is specified largely under the conservation designation currently. So I do not believe this development with Parcel A as shown meets that criteria. And furthermore, in annexation criteria, I would make the same comments referencing point 2. Land to be annexed and the uses proposed for the land shall conform to the goals, policies, and strategies of the Town of Berthoud Comprehensive Plan and land uses depicted on the preferred future land use map as amended. Furthermore, all annexation proceedings shall comply with the Colorado Municipal Annexation Act of 1965 as amended. That would be my critique and issue with the development. I would like to thank the applicant, but with those 2 criteria not met, I cannot, in good conscience, move this forward tonight.
Okay. Just to be clear, that was Lewis Farm West. That was the A, right?
This would be referenced as Parcel A or Tract A, which would be adjacent to Berthoud Parkway, if that helps for clarification.
Well, it's on me, and Sean, you nailed it on the head with what I'm struggling with. Just because it wasn't on the future land use map, it was designated prior Berthoud West as open space, as was shown in that slide to all of us. I'm very torn just off of that. Everything else, Alex, this is fantastic. my heart sunk when I knew this was me. I think that's pretty standard when this was purchased. Looking at this, it was originally, well, why not shove it off to the riverside? But then it was like, well, this whole thing is about wildlife, giving them a chance and bring this closer to us. 100% understand if you guys are here, especially if you live on Kansas. You are losing your view. It's going to back up into someone else's backyard now. I would say for the wildlife, this is the best possible scenario to have this on the have all the density on the north side, not on the south. And the partnership with Colorado Open Lands is something we've been working on for a while, and I'm very supportive of that. I don't want to tie into other agenda items tonight, but given our direction for going for other recreational amenities, does definitely challenge our ability to purchase open space. So this is one way we can leverage doing that is with a developer that has already purchased the land.
Is it possible or appropriate to ask staff's justification on that criteria of why they felt it did meet the standard?
Yeah, no, Abby, thank you.
I think we've had this conversation before in prior projects. The future land use map is not it's a vision document, and it's intended to show expected future land uses. Is not expected to show exact future land uses, and it's not expected to show exact boundaries of future land uses. And so that one in particular, in a lot of ways, having been here and been through that, and perhaps the trustees that were part of that comprehensive plan, comprehensive land use map change, I don't recall that being an intentional choice. So as we were trying to specify that we felt like there needed to be open space along the Dry Creek corridor and the Little Thompson River corridor, it could be as simple as that was a mapping justification. I think we agree with the developer that the property that he's proposing to develop, or the portion of the property that he's proposing to develop, doesn't serve anything other. There's a difference in our opinion between open space and empty dirt. And I would argue that what he's proposing to build houses on is empty dirt, not open space. And it doesn't have, significant environmental value. It's not, it doesn't have rock outcroppings or beautiful woodlands or, riparian habitat. And so, again, we think that within the context of the future land use map being a guide, not a rule, and looking at that very specific property, we think it's a reasonable adjustment from the comprehensive land use map. You're not bound to the comprehensive land use map as a requirement in order to make your decisions about whether or not it conforms to the goals and policies of the land use or the comprehensive plan.
If I may add, also the developer provided a slide that they calculated the amount of yellow and green that was on that visionary comprehensive plan map versus what's being proposed, and they're actually exceeding the amount of green versus what was on that future land use map, and they've reduced the amount of yellow. So if you're going strictly from the acreage to acreage, they've actually reduced and conserved more.
And one other thought, and I don't remember off the top of my head, was that entire property shown as development in the 2014 land use map?
The entire property was yellow.
Right. So I do know that when we updated the land use map back in 2020, 2021, the intent was to demonstrate that we wanted to preserve some conservation areas along the Dry Creek corridor and the Little Thompson River that were not identified previously in the 2014 land use map that did show all of the property being developed. So again, I think the intent was good. It was the line in the exact right place. I think that's a choice you have to make, but I would argue that that was not our intention at the time.
And having said that, you don't see any major disruptions of having two exits. Even one of them was right in, right out. That's okay. Okay, thanks. Yeah, the only thing I'll add is it's just really sad that we couldn't put in habitat homes there. That was really cool. So, and hopefully on future developments we can incorporate those. That's all I have to say.
I have a question on that.
Yeah.
Habitat homes.
Mhm.
Is that something you can apply for again later, or was there a hardcore set no that they can't build there?
So we are applying for more Prop 123 funding, and I say we as I'm a member of the board, and we have other opportunities where we plan to use those funding or that funding, and so and part of the we're as far as our project goes, we had plugged that in early on in anticipation of getting that funding and having the ability to reserve those areas. But as that wasn't approved and the other options that Habitat has and the amount of homes per year they're taking down, it did seem that, looking for other opportunities that better fall in line with something that's going to be 4 years out. Based on the lot inventory that we have right now, would make more
The
sense.
application for this property is one and done. You can't ever apply for it again.
No, we could apply for it again.
Okay.
And so if there's small lots available and there's another opportunity, we would have that option.
So you could cross your fingers. Cross your
Could, yeah, and as we all know, as it was pointed out with Trails at Creekview, things don't always go as planned based on many different factors, and so. There's always
That'd be really cool. I mean, I don't want that.
Yeah, no, and trust me, we've got big plans to further the habitat charge. So, yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may?
Please.
I'd like to maybe kind of give a little perspective and clarify
That'd
a
be
couple
great.
of things. So you have two annexation-related items tonight. So you have your resolution of eligibility. So that's in that resolution itself is laid out what makes the property eligible. It's strictly controlled by the Annexation Act, not by the town code. The criteria, quote unquote, in your presentation and in your code, I think it says it right up front. Annexation is a discretionary act, and what's in the presentation is actually the policy of the town when considering. The act of annexing, the actual ordinance, is not a quasi-judicial decision. It is a legislative action. So there is not a hard, it has to meet all these criteria in order to annex. Now, you can certainly take all of that into consideration, but it's really a policy statement as to whether or not you should annex. You can bring other things that aren't necessarily in the code in your decision making. So I just want to clarify those two things that are going on.
Thank you so much.
Oh, okay, thanks. Anything else? We'll vote. Would anyone like to move? We have three. Starting with resolution to approve 2026-09.
I move to approve Resolution 2026-09, a resolution of the Town of Berthoud approving a neighborhood master plan for a development known as Lewis Valley.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion by Trustee Wing, seconded by Trustee Brody. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Brody,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
No.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right, there's a number 2 here. Resolution 2026-10.
I move to approve. Go ahead, please. Please.
I'll move to approve resolution 2026-10, a resolution of the town of Berthoud making certain findings of fact regarding the proposed annexation to the town of the real property known as Lewis Valley.
Second.
Trustee Ayers has moved on this. Trustee Hardy has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
No.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Brody,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right, finally, ordinance 1378.
I will move to approve ordinance 1378, an ordinance of the town of Berthoud annexing the real property known as Lewis Valley to the town of Berthoud and zoning the property suburban residential and agricultural and approving an associated annexation agreement.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Ayers has moved on the ordinance. Trustee Brody has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
No.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Trustee Brody,
Yes.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. That concludes the agenda item, am I correct?
No.
One more.
One more? What am I missing here?
think it's
Establish interview
committee.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant this agenda item.
Yeah.
This is unrelated to that, though. Yes, all right, thank you all. All right, we will move on now to item 6. Final item tonight, establishing the interview committee to fill vacancies on the planning commission. Quick some more? Clerk some more?
Good evening, Mayor Karsbeck and trustees. The last item on the agenda this evening is to appoint 2 members of the Town Board of Trustees to an interview committee for the purpose of interviewing Planning Commission candidates to fill 2 vacancies on the Planning Commission. Those vacancies, one was created by a resignation at the March 26th Planning Commission meeting, and the other vacancy will occur when Karen Anderson is sworn in as a trustee at the next Board of Trustees meeting. We do have 4 applicants for those 2 vacancies, and we would be looking at conducting virtual interviews on the evening of April the 27th, which is a Monday, and that would be done virtually as we have done in the past, with a start time of approximately 6:30 p.m. And so as we decide which 2 trustees are going to serve on that committee, we will need to keep in mind that 3 trustees will not be here at that time. And so we'll want to make sure that it's 2 trustees that will still be on the board.
Certainly, thank you. So basically, there's an option of 4 of us. Anyone volunteers?
I'll volunteer.
Okay, Anoma?
I'm not free.
Let me see. I'm good. Yeah, I can do it.
All right. We got Trustee Wing and Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you both for saying.
Yeah.
Okay. And now we got to, nope, we're not going to approve anyone tonight. Purpose of, interviewing, yes, we do. So there's a motion here to approve Trustee Wing and Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't know that you need a motion and vote.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
that's
we're good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's just move on now to reports. Start off with Trustee Hardy.
Only thing I've got is something that came up at the Main Street meeting, talking about the, God, what can't I think of? The movie stuff. What can't I think?
Movie in the park.
No, moving from Utah to Boulder.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Sundance.
Sundance. God, why can't I come up with that name? I keep having Clint Eastwood stuck in my head. But Sundance coming to Colorado, we learned that several cities have adopted ordinances temporarily opening their short-term rentals so that there'd be more readily available short-term rentals available. I was wondering if town staff has talked amongst themselves on that, or if that's something that the next board should bring up so that we could maybe help accommodate. Since we're so close, 25 miles away from Boulder, we'd be an ideal community to be able to open up some of these homes that are here that may not qualify year-round as a short-term rental, but would be a good opportunity to showcase Berthoud as a short-term rental place for.
And that just waives any kind of requirements for a certain amount of time.
Application, well, yeah, just kind of brings it open or something like that.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that we currently have 40 unused, so our ordinance permits up to 50 town-wide. We only have 10 active short-term rental licenses, so you know, folks could, there's existing capacity if you wanted to do a short-term rental. The question would be if you wanted to waive some of the requirements in order to do that.
Yeah, like the distancing and stuff like that.
Like distance requirements and those kinds of things. So that would be a question for the town board if you guys wanted to do that. If somebody did call and say, hey, we'd love to have a short-term rental opportunity during the Sundance Film Festival, we can walk them through our existing process and they could take one of our existing kind of unused license spots. And then if there were concerns or restrictions in the code that would prohibit them from doing that, that would be something you guys would have to make a choice on.
But yeah, that's something I'd just like to ask, is something to consider in a future board meeting that I won't be here for.
Yep.
When is Sundance again? Is it August?
I honestly don't remember off the top of my head.
There's still time. I'll be honest, it sounds great, but I'm just so tired of getting our teeth kicked in every time we talk short-term rental. I hate those things back up.
Yeah. But
Break into jail there, Mr. Mayor.
just a thought.
I guess I'll find it.
Well,
But other than that,
I don't want to influence. I think, yeah, we could.
January 2027. We have some time.
Oh, we got time.
Oh,
yeah.
Other than that, that's all I've got.
January? Yeah, that's cool. All right. Well, why do
And
that?
thanks for, I mean, I don't know how much I'll get to say at next meeting, but I just wanted to thank everybody for being on the board with me, and it's been a great 8 years, and it's gonna be weird to, what am I gonna do with my Tuesday nights?
You can still come hang out here.
Yeah.
Come here and tear us up.
Once you get promoted back to citizen, you can say
I'll hang out with
whatever.
Lynn and Aaron and Mr. Levy in the back there, and the chief. I'll sit with the chief.
We offer you a job.
Oh, you want, no, you don't want me writing. I'm the king of run-on sentences. People would wonder where all the punctuation is.
All right. Well, thank you. Okay. Let's go down there. Trustee Brody.
No, same thing. You know, a little sad to go, but y'all understand why. And even though, you know, we've been opposed on certain issues with each other, I think, you know, I still respect y'all and been enjoying my time here a lot. So thank you. And we're getting to work with the staff's been great. And yeah.
Awesome. It's awesome having you too.
Yeah.
Trustee Ayers. Same thing.
Yeah, so Port Committee met last week. Most of the time was spent discussing the updated Newell Farm Parks plans. Everything looked really good. The committee was generally in favor of the changes that were made. There was a lot of discussion about what could be changed and why it could be changed, like access, layout, shade, that sort of thing. The 50% plans will come at the end of the month to the board, and then they said that hopefully 100% plans or thereabouts would come back to Port in May for final review.
And for clarity, we're talking about the concept plan, not
Yes,
construction
concept plans,
drawings.
yes.
Yeah.
Let's see. Don't forget Arbor Day celebration at Town Park on April 25th. It's a really fun time getting to plant trees and kind of hang out with people. It was really fun last year. And they do a really good job of educating everybody that shows up. Like, this is the correct way to plant a tree, and this is the water that's needed, etc. It was really fun. Apparently there is a letter of approval for the current designs for the Jaskowski property finally coming forward at some point soon. So hopefully that'll be on the docket sooner rather than later. Let's see, summer activities are officially a go starting April 1st. April 18th is the summer craft fair at the rec center. That should be pretty fun. And there was some discussion, some more discussion about MVP and Wagner, and I can give you guys details on that if you would like, but I think one of the things that I took away from that conversation from the Port Committee as a whole was there's still a feeling of disconnect between communication between the staff, boards, and committees, and they requested some sort of, not necessarily overhaul, but some sort of a review about how feedback is being proposed, how feedback is being taken officially between the committees and the board and the public. I don't necessarily know specifically how to address that, but that was their concern, and I felt that was important to give a report.
Can I ask why it's still being discussed in court if it's already at our level? Because that's confusing to me.
That's why I made this note, because the concern was about feedback and communication. Not to derail the conversation, but that's what I felt was important to bring back from that conversation to the board. Was it seemed like the concerns were focused on a seeming lack in communication and feedback between the different entities of the town. I would like to second and third the comments. It's been a wonderful 4 years. I had a lot of fun, a lot of not fun, but that also comes with the responsibility, I guess. I'm very grateful to you guys for having good conversations and thinking deeply about, excuse me, about the conversations that we've all had to have about the different projects moving forward and or not moving forward. Thank you to staff for a wonderful job making my decisions much easier. Everything was really well prepared. All of the questions were either addressed in the meeting or there were follow-ups. Wonderful job. It made my decisions that much easier. Thank you for the members of the audience that are no longer here and the ones who have stuck it out to the end. Thank you for your feedback. And one thing that I would like to, I think, say on public record, because this has come up more recently, but in the past as well with different projects that we'd have to discuss. There's a lot of concern about the feeling of not being heard, and this is only partially related to the committee. I think that was a different conversation about not being heard. But it's when the board, either individually or as a group, disagrees with citizen feedback, it's not that that feedback is not being heard, it's that we're getting multiple sides of every issue, and we have to weed through those comments and agree or disagree with one side or the other. And it's not that we're not hearing the public comment, it's that we may disagree with the public comment, and we have decided as a board, one side or the other, and then we have to move on with that decision, whatever it may be as a board.
Amen.
Excuse me, I'm dying up here. And I think, once again, we have individual conflicts, we have individual disagreements, but as a board, we have been able to move forward, and I can no longer speak, and so I am going to end. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Trustee Albrecht.
Yeah, to tag on to that, I am so grateful. I have so much respect for y'all, and the last 4 years were phenomenal for Berthoud. The progress and the accomplishments, and I'm not talking about growth, I'm talking about the unity, the camaraderie, the peace in the community, the amazing connecting projects, the increase in staff's capabilities, all those things that were accomplished in the last 4 years were a direct correlation to the ability to communicate in this room together in unity, no matter what we believed or how we perceived a project. We always came together and found resolution, found compromise, and represented the whole of the community better by doing it that way, and bringing those different perspectives in. And I truly honor each of you for that. And I think it's interesting that the town sees things differently right now, because everyone that's been in this room for the last 4 years saw a different story. And even other communities, other mayors have talked to me and said, we've learned a lot from what Berthoud's been doing, and that impacted me a lot. So just an encouragement for us to continue that cooperation with each other and willingness to lead out in our community to say whatever the disagreement is or frustration, it's all valid. But we have to figure it out together and find a way to play out our roles, both individually and collectively, without jeopardizing the mission, which is unity in our community and peace in this boardroom. So I just want to thank you guys for being a huge part of that. And I don't have any other reports.
Well said. Trustee Wing.
Yeah, again, thank you to Trustee Ayers, Brody, and Hardy. Honestly, it's been an honor working with you guys. I also have so much respect for you, and I have learned so much. I can't even begin to tell you. And each of you brings a balance to this group, and you bring something else, and you bring a different perspective. And for me, that's just been wonderful. And you will be missed, like seriously missed. The asset you've been to the town, what you brought to this board, the support. Anyhow, thank you so much for serving. You'll be missed and much appreciated. The other thing is just real quick, Christy, to your group, your leadership team for putting together that email with the updates. That's just fantastic. Yeah. Just really connects. If you miss something or something's coming up, it's all right there. And I thought the newsletter was great as well. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No, thank you guys for your service. You know, I think a lot about Teddy Roosevelt's speech on the man in the arena that he gave, and you guys have all stepped up, and we've all been bloodied by this. It's been interesting and stuff, and this place won't be without the same without you guys, and I appreciate your service. So thank you.
Well, I can't say it's not been said already, but I really appreciate you guys. It's been, you know, limited interactions, but every time we met, it's been fantastic. Carl, I couldn't thank you enough, man. And we've disagreed on plenty of recreational stuff, but I mean, from foundations of the rec center while you were in port, to
Yeah,
sitting here now, you've just been.
It's a good one.
Thank you so much. Oh, missing one. My neighbor growing up next to you, yeah.
Yeah,
So.
I can make one last comment that I've known you since you had hair and diapers.
That's right. And I will know you until you're back in diapers. We'll be together.
Holding off on that for the last however many years.
But no, thank you very much. And I know I won't be seeing the last of you, Tim. So
No.
It's just been
Still
phenomenal
neighborhood.
working with you guys. As far as actual reports, I can send those in an email. I did not go to the MPO meeting just because my sister from North Carolina was in town, and we chose to do the Berthoud Run Club instead. Otherwise, I attended the Behavioral Health Policy Council. These are now quarterly meetings, so they're very extensive. I'll send out the slides. But really, there's so many new members. This is kind of just an intro into what the Behavioral Health Policy Council does, how the grant program works, the need for the Longview facility, the incredible amount of mental health need there is in Larimer County. The new wing that's brought up just for youth is really awesome. And I can remember one slide in particular that Berthoud's, we are number 4 as far as users, community users, I believe, on the Longview. So we're behind Longmont and Loveland, but I think we're ahead of Wellington and the portions that are of Windsor and Johnstown that are in it. So we have we're ahead of Estes Park too. And there's probably some reasons behind Estes Park being far away. Maybe they're less likely to do mental health down in but my whole point here is that there's a real need for mental health services, and we should all be very appreciative that we have a very, very, very rare tax in the nation that Larimer County put in, and that we're able to even fund mental health programs. So I'll send out that slide too. I thought that was really great. Otherwise, Administrator Kirk and I met with Loveland's mayor, Commissioner McNally, and then school district, and got together at the rec center. They were very excited about the plans we had at the time about the Arboretum, but also very excited about the Richardson going through. And Jody, Commissioner McNally, I think wants to come and speak to us too. You might have brought that up to me, but just the insane dryness this year, and how the Larimer County Sheriff is already just talking about this being massive fires are going to happen. So they're going to have like a zero tolerance policy on. Usually there's a certain amount of acreage they'll let go before they get in there, but now any fires they see, so really just expecting a pretty smoky summer here. Hate to leave on bad news like that.
Maybe it'll rain.
You're such a
a lot.
downer.
I am such a downer. What?
Pray for rain, and maybe it'll
Pray for rain,
a lot.
man. Yeah.
Rain
That's
dance.
all I have right
Rain
now. I'll
dance.
forward off anything else.
I have one more question. I apologize. Administrator Kirk, we received a concerning email about raft and bats. It's my understanding that when we gave direction, thank you, word, to make that merger happen, Raft needed to guarantee that they would not drop service for anyone currently using bats for whatever they're using bats for. That was part of the negotiation, correct?
I believe that was certainly part of the conversation. Yeah.
That was in that motion.
Okay.
I'm under your opinion. I remember being like, I don't think they wanted to do that, so I think at the end I remember us like, no, you're going to do. That's part of the agreement.
Right.
And can we verify that? Because to me, that's a deal breaker if it's not.
We have not finalized an agreement yet. Kendra is working on that. There were some. She's working also with the outside counsel from. His name's Brandon. Can't think of the name of the law firm. Brandon Dittman, who has some expertise in transit and PUC issues, and so I hope to have something back soon, and we'll work through that with Raft. We absolutely expect that 100% of the BATS service that we provide today shall be provided by Raft on day one. And we would expect that to be part of the agreement that the town board will ultimately approve. if you guys so choose.
Thank you.
Good point. I'll turn it over to staff.
Just a reminder, one, thank you. I know scheduling 10 trustees, 7 current and 3 new, trying to figure out when we could do a swearing in and recognition of our outgoing trustees and reception was quite the cat chasing endeavor.
I thought it was a swearing out.
It is a
That's why I
swearing
said
out.
it.
We will swear at you on the way out. Yeah, we'll all be swearing at you on the way out. But next Tuesday, the 21st, we'll have a reception here at Town Hall, informal, kind of open house format. If you're able to be here by 5:30, we'll have some food and opportunity to kind of mingle, talk with each other and new trustees. And then at 6:30, we'll have a special meeting to recognize the outgoing trustees, to swear in the new, and then for the new trustees and the ongoing trustees, there will be some training provided by our awesome attorney Catherine, and some initial orientation stuff. So we figured once we're all in the room together, let's go ahead and take advantage of that opportunity to get some of that initial orientation and training done. So appreciate you guys being available for that, and we'll look forward to that next Tuesday.
All right, Chief, welcome back. Anything else? Updates?
No.
Okay, we got the report today for the police report. So thank you.
Yeah.
Did you catch those bikers yet?
Oh, but I gotta thank you. My brother-in-law, he was starting complaining, so I said call the police, and he called the police at pickleball courts, and you guys showed right up. And of course, the bikers drove right off.
Yeah, continues to be a problem. I'm working with Stephanie Horvath to work on some public education pieces to go out through the town. I did contact 2 juveniles on the e-motorcycles yesterday. Actually, one was a gas motorcycle and one was an e-motorcycle. Educated both them and their parents and the ordinances and the law surrounding those. So that's going to be an ongoing effort. It's going to continue. My approach continues to be to educate first and then to enforce. So the first contacts will generally just be a warning unless they give us reasons otherwise. Can usually not talk yourself out of a ticket, but you can certainly talk yourself into one. So start with the education piece, then move to enforcement if they continue to violate. So
My question is, when are you guys getting motorcycles?
That's what I was thinking. It's easy to evade.
we do have I think 2 or 3 electric bicycles, and they do go fairly fast. Probably not as fast as some of those e-motos do. So.
But true story, there was a time I saw one with sirens on it, pulled over a guy on a scooter. It was the coolest thing.
Sirens?
Yeah, they have sirens on it.
They do. They have lights and sirens on them. So.
I want to see that next time.
I have been to other towns recently, and it's an issue there. I mean,
It's
riding in the road.
Yeah.
So
It's all over. You can Google it, and most of the towns are posting public education pieces. There's lots of news articles as well on it, so it's an ongoing problem. We'll continue to work to enforce those. So the goal is not to have a kid run over and injured or killed. So
absolutely. Things will really change then.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, thank you very much, and welcome.
Close.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Well, Brett.